Good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee's meeting for Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. September 17th, 2025. All council meetings will be live streamed on the city's website. And our first order of business is roll call. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Mr. Sharland.
Here.
Mr. Coghill. Ms. Gross. Mr. Lavelle.
Here.
Mr. Mosley.
Here.
Ms. Cal-Smith. Ms. Warwick. Mr. Wilson.
Here.
Ms. Strasburger, Chair.
Here.
5 members present.
Thank you. Our next order of business is public comment. I would like to remind all speakers that the rules of council state that comments are limited to matters of concern, official action, or deliberation which are or may be before city council. Profanity will not be permitted. Please state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Our first registered speaker is Harvey Holtz.
Harvey Holtz, East Liberty. There are two tendencies that characterize modern American police forces. The first emerges in response to the murder of Michael Brown and the subsequent protests in Ferguson, Missouri. One major aspect of this tendency was to develop extensive police trainings that would make the community and the police safer. Here I borrow from someone from 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, these trainings did not help George Floyd 6 years later, nor the more than 2,000 black individuals that were murdered by police between 2014 and 2024. Not to mention that Derek Chauvin was himself a field training officer. The other tendency has been the militarization of police. It appears that Pittsburgh is not as heavily militarized as some cities, but has received military-styled equipment, including armored vehicles, assault rifles, night vision glasses, as well as the LRAD that terrorized us at the G20 protests. Creating a cop city would increase the likelihood of more extensive militarization, creating a physical and emotional infrastructure conducive to military combat training. This could include mock cities for training police to urban warfare, extensive shooting range that permit military-style firearms, the isolation conducive to the warrior cop, where civilian populations are considered the enemy, the expansion and integration of international training that has included Israeli surveillance techniques. Imagine what you can learn from a force involved in genocide. And significant financial investment are committed to a particular vision of public safety at the expense of community services. There are so many real needs in this city. Expending funds on an agency that would continue to oppress black people, arrest workers on picket lines, and limit our right to assembly and speech would be a travesty. And the location must be a joke, a cruel joke. Cop City could be located in Shadyside, where the police could serve and protect and make the people feel happy. Rather than Lincoln, Leamington, where serve and protect has been replaced with stop and frisk, stop and shoot, where police are everywhere and every encounter could mean injury or death. Enlarging the carceral state will not keep your family and friends safe. You might just be in the wrong place in the wrong time. You militarize the police, none of you will be safe. Sorry to leave, but I gotta go water my kidney.
Next speaker is Matthew Cartier. On deck is Tim Gaber. Thank you. Tim Gaber. On deck is Abdullah Salim.
Yeah, hello, my name is Tim Gaber, and I've worked in the Strip for 25 years, and have lived there for 15 years on the 2700 block. I am also the founder of the original Pittsburgh Winery at 2809 Penn, which, by the way, is your locally owned and operated winery music venue, not the chain. So we are all Pittsburgh native artists and musicians, and we're proud of it. We built this place with our bare hands for the community with passion and grit and a deep and abiding love for what we do and for who we serve. The venue represents the culmination of my life's work in entertainment, which includes playing with the Buzz Poets and Brownie Mary and others, and I have supported the Pittsburgh music scene now for 40 years. All I've ever wanted to do was bring joy to people's lives, and this venue provides a space where we do just that, a space where artist and audience alike can relax and feel something. We at the original Pittsburgh Winery have brought thousands of shows to our Penn Avenue neighborhood, and we even produce 4 huge annual summer music festivals called Winery Wine, where we close the block for Penn Avenue for the weekend and provide the community amazing live music for free all weekend long. Even the first one, we partnered with Bike Pittsburgh successfully. These are not highly profitable ventures, but we love what we do, and we have managed to keep the lights on in spite of the setbacks, but just barely. I live and work in the epicenter of all this. I spend nearly 100% of my time on this corridor. I walk it, I bike it with ease, and I drive large box trucks on it. So I am an authority on this matter. This won't work. The bike lane won't work. It's not because of the bike lane, it's because of the single lane of traffic. If anyone stops, everyone stops. It's one lane. Think about it. Who needs to stop? Buses, tractor trailers, Ubers, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, not to mention EMS, fire rescue, ambulances for the Midway Center, residents, tour buses, and the list goes on. And the loading zones cannot possibly accommodate the needs. The math just doesn't work. This will be a recipe for disaster, gridlock, chaos, and road rage. It will be less safe. And then what happens when the NFL draft rolls into town? The gridlock will be an absolute embarrassment to all of us. It will be shameful. Bottom line is that the desires of a handful of temporary appointees, DOMI, in a lame duck session should not be permitted to destroy an entire vibrant historic neighborhood's ecosystem under false pretenses and outdated data in the 11th hour in order to pad their resumes and say they won against everyone by installing an unneeded bike lane. We all know that speed humps would do far more for safety and zero damage to the community. So I'm calling BS. The lies and the deceptive tactics are in plain view, and the arrogance is reprehensible. We the people are blue in the face, yet unheard with no vote. If this travesty is allowed to move forward, yet another national gem, the Strip District, will wither, die, fall into the hands of the soulless national
Thank
chains,
you. Your time
and
has
ultimately
expired.
deteriorate beyond recognition.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Across the country, yet the overwhelming opposition of this
Your time has expired, Mr. Gaber.
by the entire administration, starting with Councilman Bobby Wilson, who
Mr. Gaber,
to speak out in accordance
your time has expired.
He refuses to do what he was elected to do. He's not representing his constituents. It's shameful. Please pause the project. We've suffered long enough for our. If it happens, we won't survive. Enough is enough. Good day.
This is a reminder, you have 3 minutes to speak. Our next speaker is Abdullah Salem, followed by Sue Joseph. Abdullah Salem. We'll move on to Sue Joseph. On deck is Dr. Phoebe Cook.
Good morning. My name's Sue Joseph, and I'm here today to express my concerns on the right-sizing project of Penn Avenue. I'm the owner of a building at 2524 Penn Avenue. In that building is housed one of my businesses, the Pittsburgh Party Peddler. Another business that I have in the Strip District is Molly's Trawlies, Pittsburgh. After reviewing the diagram of the proposed changes of Penn Avenue on my block, here are my concerns. Pittsburgh Party Peddler has been operating out of this location for the last 13 years. Our bikes are 8 feet 2 inches wide. We do not fit in a 7-foot wide parking lane. This means that all of our clients will be walking into a single lane of traffic when they board the bike, when they get off the bikes, or when they're loading coolers prior to their tour. Also, as we drive down Penn Avenue from 25th to 21st Street in a single lane, our top speed is 5 miles an hour. This means no car, no van, no SUV, no trucks can pass us. People are not that patient and will be trying to pass us, but our bike seats and the canopy above them stick way far out of the baseline. This will put my customers in jeopardy and also the people that are driving these cars that are impatient. Now, I was told by Domi that don't worry about that, people will just go on parallel streets and head on down into the city. That is not true. I have video on my phone. Once we get back into the Strip District after our tours, we come back up Smallman Street. At 21st Street, Smallman turns back into a single lane. People do not go down to Railroad Street. They do not go up to Liberty Avenue to get out of town. They follow us, and then they cross a double yellow line into oncoming traffic widely so that they can continue on their path. Leaving Penn Avenue 2 lanes would allow us safety to park our bikes in front of our garage, would allow our passengers to safely board and get off the bikes before and after tours, would allow us to travel from 25th to 21st Street in a safe manner without having aggressive drivers behind us or trying to pass us. And finally, some of our patrons, after their tours, stay in the Strip District to patronize some of the restaurants and do some shopping in that area, also bringing more revenue into this area. My other business is Molly's Trolleys Pittsburgh. Our trolleys are 10-foot wide, mirror to mirror. Again, no one can pass us on this street. For these reasons, please consider tabling this project until Domi has a chance to review all concerns and come up with a workable plan to calm traffic and remove 2 lanes.
Thank you very much.
From removing the 2 lanes. Also,
You can submit
could you
your
call me back?
comments. You can submit your comments to council members and we will read it. Thank you. Our next registered speaker is Donald M. Johnson.
All right. Hello. My name's Donald Johnson, and I originally meant to reserve my comments for the end, but I've had an accident on my way in, and I got to be seen, but I held off going to the ER whenever the paramedics and the police, suggested it. And because, what I came here to say and the message I came to communicate is more important. So, you're putting this so-called public safety training facility up in Lincoln, Leamington, or Larimer, and you say it's for public safety, but it really just sounds like a playground for cops. I'm sick of this. You guys are delaying, you guys are stalling. Which corporate or political entity is holding this council hostage to force this awful idea down our throats? Nobody in the city wants this. My parents are hardline, Trump-supporting, police-loving conservatives, and they think that this is an oppressive and disgusting waste of public resources. So why are you even entertaining the consideration of approving this? I don't want anything to do with that site and any association with public safety ever being discussed in this in this council again, unless you're talking about homeless shelter, good studio apartments that people are encouraged to move out of and get into better lives, but they don't have to. And mental health, addiction treatment facilities. There are so many other ways to handle the issue of crime and public safety in this city. And building a playground and militarizing the police is not the way to do it. It's just not. And really, I get the spirit of disagreement. This blue rose on my hat, it blew off of the wreath for Officer Sean Slagansky, who I went to high school with. And he was a good man, and he was one of the good ones. And it's tragic that he's gone. Like, I have no hatred for the police, but as far as public safety goes, there are just so many better ways to do it, and there are so many better ways to fix the problems in this city. Thank you very much.
Our next registered speaker is Dr. Phoebe Cook.
Hello, my name is Dr. Phoebe Cook. I'm a resident of Regent Square and a volunteer first responder. I am here once again to encourage you to modify Resolution 2025-1967. 2 weeks ago, I argued that this land should be used for emergency response other than police. We keep hearing from you that this is the plan and that this is not going to be a cop city. Well, we can very easily check that by looking at the request for proposals that went out to architecture firms just last year. Not 2019, last year. This is the resolution that you are voting on. The request was for firms to design a master plan for a training campus that would serve 264 police personnel. And less than 1/10 of that number, only 23 emergency medical services personnel. The numbers for fire are even lower, only 13. And for disaster response, something that we all agree we are unprepared for after the tragic deaths earlier this year, only 10. 6 of those would be interns, so really only 4 full-time disaster response staff. 2 weeks ago, your own director of public safety, Lee Schmidt, said, quote, "As we have talked about with the VA site in the past, the biggest need we have is for fire and EMS." Do those numbers really line up with the needs? You can say what you want, but unless you actually back that up by modifying the charge that you are giving the architecture firm, the public knows that this is a cop city, and we will continue to oppose it accordingly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eliana Beagle, and on deck is Nicholas Lardis.
Good morning, Eliana Beagle, Highland Park in District 9. I will keep it short. When I last spoke to you all about 2025-1967, my comment was about the possibility of negotiating a new contract with the federal government that would allow us to use the land for homeless assistance. So I just want to say that I look forward to hearing about all of the diligent efforts that each of you has made on that front over the past 2 weeks when you discuss this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nicholas Lardis, and on deck is Catherine Stimoulis.
Do I press a button or? Oh.
You can begin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Nicholas Lardis. I've owned and operated Nico Contracting on Penn Avenue between 29th and 30th Street for over 35 years. I'm here to ask that the project to reduce Penn Avenue to one lane be paused or canceled until alternatives which can be considered, which all legitimate air and engineering studies should include the option of doing nothing. I've been to 4 meetings over the past year with the Strip District Business Association and DOMI and other city officials. I have asked repeatedly what the causes of the accidents that DOMI is trying to eliminate are. In all cases, I was told they don't know. Not that the data doesn't exist, but that DOMI didn't make the effort to get it. If you don't know the cause, you can't fix it with catch-all solutions. Reducing the street to one lane will not stop accidents caused by people running red lights or running stop signs, nor will it stop accidents caused by drunk drivers or vehicles going the wrong way. At the September 4th meeting, when I pointed out using DOMI's numbers that the cost of adding 9 speed humps was close to that of reducing the road to one lane. The response was, well, the speed hump cost doesn't include the cost of additional signage. This tells me that Domi didn't want to look at the other options, even if they might be better. When I asked about working on traffic signal timing and changes, I was told that won't happen for 2 more years at least. With 2 travel lanes, traffic moves smoothly through Penn Avenue, even when large tractor trailers are loading or unloading in one lane, or when people double park to run into the store because there's always one lane open for travel. Reducing the road to one lane will cause congestion, which will often stop traffic and greatly increase my cost of shipping and receiving goods and cause delays in shipping schedules. I again ask that this project be canceled or at least paused until more data is made available to the public and all options are considered and explained. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Stamoulis, and on deck is Ikahana Helmakina.
Good morning. My name is Katina Stamoulis, and I'm a merchant on Penn Avenue, where my family has run a business for over 100 years. We are proud of the services we provide to our community. I have very serious concerns that the delayed emergency response times, which are a direct result of a single lane restriction in the Penn Avenue right-sizing project, will jeopardize the health and safety of residents, employees, and visitors. As per DOMI, the current plan to remove a lane on Penn Avenue will delay emergency response times. DOMI's suggested route for emergency vehicles is Liberty Avenue. In a few months, the Liberty Avenue Highway Safety Improvement Project will begin on almost the entirety of Liberty Avenue. This means that for over a year, an ambulance will need to first navigate construction on Liberty Avenue, only to turn onto Penn Avenue and sit behind vehicles unable to get out of its way. A few months ago, my father needed the assistance of EMS. It took 15 minutes for the ambulance to arrive at our location on Penn Avenue. This was before lane restrictions on Penn will increase time. Now 15 minutes becomes 20 or 25 minutes. This was before the Liberty Avenue project construction. So under these conditions, 25 now becomes over half an hour. Limiting access that will significantly increase emergency response times will result in worse outcomes and possibly even death. The EMTs arrived at our facility and were blocking the road for a significant amount of time, completely closing Penn to any vehicles in that lane, including emergency vehicles. The Midwife Center has also voiced the necessity for quick emergency access and their concerns of delayed response times. Ambulances are needed to arrive quickly for births and leave for emergencies to hospitals for newborns and mothers. These are critical minutes to administer life-saving treatment. For our safety, please postpone this project until these concerns are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ikahana Helmakina, and on deck is Craig Silverblatt.
Greetings and good day. My title is Chief Ikahana Helmakina. I'm the Grand Inca of the Iroquois Confederacy of Aboriginal American People. As the city moves forward with its plans to revitalize empty spaces and transform other spaces in preparation for the NFL draft, and the obvious expansion of temporary housing for college students that has spilled out of Oakland into other neighborhoods, I urge City Council to instead focus on its permanent residents who are struggling to find suitable long-term affordable housing, food, and a safe place for children to grow up and play. Historical Pittsburgh is over how our once beautiful city is being transformed into a city that they desire. Who are they, you ask? They being the members of DOMI, city planning, and others who are included in this mess. So it can resemble the city that they once lived in prior to coming to Pittsburgh. From bike lanes and speed humps and traffic calming circles who only impede EMS first responders and the response time to respond to an emergency. Those things really need to be considered when these decisions are being made. Removing our unique ability to turn on grid is also harmful to the people who are used to being able to do so. Who are you making these accommodations for? They don't stop people from speeding, nor help those who are new to the area become more familiar. Only time and patience can do that. Every day, I watch the city that I once knew and was very familiar with become even more unfamiliar to me. Stop putting people over profit and plant more shady trees and reject these shady deals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Craig Silverblatt. On deck is Daniel Nolan.
Hi, my name's Craig Silverblatt. I'm an 8-year resident of the Strip District, a cyclist, and I also urge the council to delay the Penn Avenue changes until the assumptions can be evaluated to avoid causing permanent damage to the neighborhood. A 1% growth rate, 1%. That's what Domi and Michael Baker called the currently observed growth rate in Strip District vehicle trips. Anyone who's been in the Strip District knows that it's gone up by way more than 1%, and even Domi and Michael Baker realized that 1% was too low, so they came up with 4.4%. Seems a little bit higher, but still significantly too low. Strip District neighbors State of the Strip talked about 320% growth rates in residential units since 2015. That's about 12% annual growth rate. 3 times the 4.4. They're also projecting a 108% increase in the pipeline, so that's a 16-20% growth rate. 4 to 5 times the 4.4%. This growth rate is not a tiny assumption in their model. It is fundamental to how they're calculating everything. And, in the 2 years since they've done their measurements back in April, it's probably already gone up 5 or 10%. So their model is just completely inaccurate, and I think it needs to be delayed until that can be reevaluated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Nolan. On deck is Howard Slaughter.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Nolan, and I own a business on Penn Avenue for the last 13 years, and I'm a member of the Strip Business Association. What I'd like to do is share with you the city's vision for zero accidents in the Strip District started a year ago last May, where there was a kickoff campaign, and the Business Association saw that a lot of that information was not disseminated to the residents and to the businesses in the Strip. So I'd like to share with you, in January this year, we did a campaign to get the awareness out and to get the residents, visitors, and businesses view of the current plan to turn Penn Avenue into one lane of traffic. At this time, I wanted to let you know that after we shared that information, we have gotten over 4,700 responses that basically do not like the current plan to reduce Penn Avenue to one lane. Of those, 1,100 were residents, 3,000 were visitors, and there were 186 employees and 160 business comments. Again, this project obviously is not well received in the Strip due to many different reasons, especially due to emergency vehicle access as well as accessibility to the business district. So we ask that the council take that into consideration as far as the awareness of the project and the wishes of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Howard B. Slaughter Jr. On deck is Nico Hall.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. I am here today to just talk about our support from Habitat for Humanity for the intergovernmental cooperation agreement between the Pittsburgh Land Bank, the school district, and Allegheny County. I think it's very important that the Land Bank have the ability to move forward with this. Importantly enough is the priority bid. Having access to the sheriff's cell is significantly important. Having that ability to not have to negotiate with speculators is extremely important. We've worked with the land bank. We have purchased properties from the land bank, and were they able to do what we're asking to do now, we would not have had to pay an exorbitant amount of money for land to build homes for residents in the city of Pittsburgh. So I urge this movement and this process to allow this approval, because it's extremely important for those who are building homes, affordable homes, throughout the city of Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nico Hall, and on deck is Henry Bard.
Hi. My name's Nico Hall. I live in Bobby Wilson's neighborhood in the north side. And I just want to say I work an hourly job and I could be working right now, but I'm here instead because this is important. I'm here because I'd like you to vote no on Resolution 2025-1967. Go back to the drawing board and replan this. If you want a facility for disaster preparedness, and I don't think disaster preparedness is a bad idea, Lee Schmidt agrees, design it that way from the ground up. We know from the RFQ that the original plan allowed for 264 police to be housed or employed there, but only 13 people with the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire, and 10 emergency management personnel, and 23 EMS. So it's obviously extremely biased towards being a facility for police, and I don't think that as it stands right now that we should push it through even with guardrails, because it just wasn't designed to be what we need it to be. It costs $84 to $100 million is the estimate, and that's about the amount that was cut recently from buses. This money could be used so much more efficiently for people to get to work, to get medical care, and to be able to see each other, right? Speaking of efficiency, Matrix Consulting Group found that Pittsburgh police are particularly inefficient, right, in a recent study. They spent 71% of their time not responding in proactive time. A good percentage is considered 40%. To get us down to 50%, the recommendation was 118 fewer patrol officers, and also civilianizing positions. In other words, perhaps sending trained mental health professionals to respond to mental health crises instead of cops. Pittsburgh's police force is also found to be worse than other similarly sized cities when it comes to racial disparities in policing. August 2024 study by Dr. Ralph Bangs with the University of Pittsburgh found that Pittsburgh's ratio of racial disparities in policing was worse than similarly sized cities Minneapolis, St. Louis, and Phoenix. So we're less efficient and we're more racist in terms of how the police force is doing. I do not think that's going to be solved with facilities for gun training, with canine kennels, with mounted police. These are all tools of violence and oppression for residents. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Bard, followed by Miriam, and on deck is Miriam Perez Putnam.
Good morning. My name's Henry Bard. I am a resident of Beachview, and I am speaking in opposition to Resolution 2025-1967. So, over the past several months, we've watched this council go back and forth on the proposed public safety campus, lovingly dubbed Cop City. We have showed up en masse, and we have rallied together to oppose this resolution, yet it seems many of you are still on the fence. And it seems that many of you are still trying to justify this project. So I ask, how many of us need to come out? How many of us need to write you letters? How many of us need to speak in opposition to this resolution before you listen? I want to talk about the financial scope of this project, as many people have. The capital budget in Pittsburgh sets aside $86 million conservatively to bring the public safety campus to life. Taking that as the most conservative estimated cost, I want to highlight what this amount of money can do. PA Eats estimates that a basic meal through the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank costs just $3.50 a meal. A report published by the city on April 24th, 2025 states that 1 in 5 Pittsburgh residents face food insecurity. This totals to around 60,000 individuals in the city that struggle to access healthy and sustainable meals. With the $86 million allocated for this project, we could feed an estimated 67,319 people 3 meals a day for a whole year. With the money allocated for this project alone, we can ensure that most, if not all, people in Pittsburgh faced with food insecurity get 3 meals a day for a year. Not to mention, with $86 million, we could construct around 7,167 affordable housing units to house the nearly 11,000 people facing some level of housing insecurity in this city. But instead, we're here while you all decide if this money should go to a public safety campus. I want to address another aspect of the money going to this project. The Office of Public Safety, which the safety campus is set to be constructed under the guise of, operated with a budget of $262,070,434 for fiscal year 2025. That is 39.4% of the total citywide operating budget. Of this, Pittsburgh Bureau of Police operated with $120,642,195. That is nearly 50% of public safety's budget and 20% of the city's entire budget. Finally, to my councilperson, Anthony Coghill, I promise that should you seek re-election to this council or seek any position within this city, my decision to vote for you hinders exclusively on how you vote on this resolution. If you won't listen to your constituents, it's my hope that you'll listen to a ballot. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miriam Perez Putnam, followed by Chelsea Perron.
Hi, my name is Miriam Perez Putnam, and I live in Lincoln, Leamington. I appreciate all the points that my neighbors have made in opposing this use of the old VA hospital campus. I want to speak to a specific point, which is the logical fallacy of not wanting the land returned to the federal government in case they use it for something like an ICE facility. If there's one thing we know about this administration, it's how unpredictable they are. And even if they make a plan, any process that involves them building or renovating or otherwise bringing an ICE facility to fruition will also bring my neighbors, both those gathered here and not, out to protest and oppose. We cannot make decisions about the future of our city based on fear. We are all constantly building the future we will live in, and a city that causes harm, just in case other harm might be bigger, is not one I am proud to live in. We are letting fear make an $85 million decision. Rushing to a decision before next year, because rushing is exactly what we are doing, will leave us with a haphazard plan with few safeguards and many loopholes for others to exploit in the future. That is fiscally irresponsible, and frankly, a city that has made bus route cuts and is planning a huge overhaul of its schools in the name of budget cuts is a city that cannot afford a $2 million mistake, let alone an $85 million one. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chelsea Perron, followed by Regina Henley. I see a Zoe Perron or Perron. You can proceed online if you'd like.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to oppose Resolution 2025-1967, otherwise known as the quote-unquote safety training facility, also known as Cop City. This proposed plan still includes training for canines, horse cops, and a firing range. There are so many other things this city needs. And you know that, and I know that, we all know that. We know what you all mean to do with this. The city needs money to go to so many other things, which has already been said before, but I'm gonna say it again. Affordable housing, infrastructure, education, mental health resources, and all caps lock, transit. We desperately need funding for transit. I need you to know this. I talked to a person recently who said they will no longer have a way to get to their doctor's appointments and also no longer a way to get to their job once their bus line is cut. They told me in tears that they can't stop thinking about committing suicide because they are dealing with that on top of everything else is just too much for them. So can you please just take a moment to sit with that and imagine that? Okay? So that's pretty heavy to me. And there's many more out there just like this person. And you want to put millions of dollars into a cop training facility. You have no idea how many lives this will impact. And you proposing this idea shows that you can't even fathom it. Or maybe you can imagine it, and you do it anyway because you have enough class privilege and medications to keep you comfortable at night so you don't have to think too deeply about how it will affect other people, mainly minorities. I feel like this maybe will fall on deaf ears, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I urge you to reconsider this choice. Put the money towards transit, put it towards mental health needs, affordable housing, literally anything else that actually addresses the root cause of the issues that this city faces. Don't piss off the community more. Why not listen to us? That's all I have to say.
Our next speaker is Regina Henley. Up on deck is Zachary Michaels.
Hi, my name is Regina Henley. I'm here to speak in opposition of 2025-1967, or Cop City. I live in Polish Hill in Deb Gross's district. Before that, I was in Erica Strausberger's district, and before that, I was on the north side, I believe, in Charlotte's district. This is actually next month is going to be, I will have lived in Pittsburgh for 12 months, and I bring that up because I want to emphasize the connection and the love that I and everyone else here has for this city. When I think about what brought me here, and when I think about what's kept me here, I think about the beauty in our city and all the people here that make this city worth living in. I think about the art, the music, the things that have been left to us, and the things that are being created every day. And I think about the infrastructure of a city that makes all of that possible, the things we rely on, like bus lines, like access to healthcare, like representatives who listen to us while we're talking. And I think about how this whole conversation is not reflected in that. Nothing about this proposal addresses any of the things that make Pittsburgh worth calling home to me. I came to this meeting 2 weeks ago, and I didn't hear anyone say this proposed Cop City would make them love Pittsburgh more. I listened to comments and discussions from 2 meetings before that, and I didn't even hear any of you say this is something you want for Pittsburgh. So I'm really confused. I'm taking a second day off work for this. I'm leaving my mom, who is visiting from out of state, to stand up here and ask you again why we're doing this. I've heard so many options for what we could spend just this initial $1.8 million on, things like housing, infrastructure, buses getting cut every day. And I've heard nothing about why Pittsburgh actually needs a cop playground. I can't believe your hands are so tied that we have to spend almost $2 million just to plan something no one wants. Are you really so powerless in this situation? Did we really elect you to shrug your shoulders and say there's nothing you can do while you invest tax dollars into, after you've heard hours of testimony against something? Put the guardrails in, think of what you've heard your constituents say again and again, and pass the common sense things that we've all agreed to, like not allowing foreign governments committing a genocide to train here. Don't build the mock city to train cops in how to subjugate Pittsburghers. But also ask yourself why we need any of this. Are we really so powerless that we have to pay HDR to surveil us? Are we really so limited that we can't think of anything else to do with this money? We've plainly spelled out this for 4 hearings. Pittsburgh doesn't want and doesn't need a cop city. And if you're so weak that you can't do anything, I don't think you deserve your seat.
Our next speaker is Zachary Michaels. Zachary Michaels, followed by Sam W.
Hi, I don't really know what to say because I said it last time and a lot of other people said it last time. There's a lot of things, particularly around mental health, around food insecurity, and around housing, that this public safety facility money should go to. There are significant concerns about a company affiliated with this potential facility. Nobody I have spoken to, I've seen, has been in favor of it. The city council has been silent. There hasn't been any arguments coming from them about why it's necessary or helpful, apart from the federal government could do something even more scary with it. In which case, come up with a proactive solution, please. I feel like it's kind of redundant at this point. Please listen to your constituents. I've lived in Pittsburgh for 7 years. I live in Shadyside that whole time. Please just do your jobs and follow the will of your constituents, or at least actually engage with them before pushing something through because of outside money or interest or whatever the motivation is. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam W. On deck is Raymond Chandler III.
Hello, Council. My name is Sam W. I'm from Squirrel Hill. I've lived there for about the past 2 years. Before that, I was over in the South Side, and then before that, Oakland. I'm here to speak against the Stop Cop City Bill 2025-1967, but mostly just to ask, why are we all here? This is now the 4th time, I believe, that you've had people come and give public comment, and every time it's the same thing. And I know you guys know that because I see mostly these 4 right here just laughing and chatting the whole time. It's I know that you guys have heard all of this before. You know what this money can go to. You know the facts about the case. You know all of your fear-mongering about the federal government coming back and taking it is something that takes many years to figure out in a process. You're fear-mongering about the fact that we have to follow certain rules around how you guys yourselves decided that this would go, and then are asking us to fix for you or explain to you how to get out of. It seems like we come here every week and tell you how to do your jobs as if you don't know what is happening, and that's mostly just a problem for me. So whatever happens with the Stop Cop City, I do truly hope that I don't have to see you back here ever again. I mean, I know I'll be back for public comment, but I'm just hoping that you are not the ones at the table. You've already proven to us and to everybody else in this city that you refuse to do your jobs at worst, or at best don't seemingly know how to. So just to quickly explain, real easy, you vote no on a cop city. That's all there is to it. That's all that there needs to be said. You don't need to postpone the vote again. You don't need to go back to any kind of drawing board immediately to present a new amendment to a cop city. There's just no cop city. None of us want it. You've had hundreds of people from across the city email in public comments You've had people send you public comments over probably DMs or phone calls when you're not in the office. You've had all of us come down here in person. There's change.org's petitions. There's so many other things that have told you what to do. Your job is simply listen to your constituents. That's what you're elected for. That's what a representative democracy is supposed to be. If you're going to be ashamed of yourselves, please do. I mean, you really should be ashamed of your failings right now. None of us are happy. You have a city where trans kids are now going to be murdered by their healthcare providers because they're not going to provide them with any healthcare. What are you guys doing about that? You have a bus system that's about to be cut. You don't seem to be doing anything about that. You have people that are without housing, without any kind of health insurance, without food, without communication devices, and you don't seem to be doing anything about that. But you routinely spend all of our time and money and energy on a cop city that nobody wants. Nobody seems to know how it would even be built if it does get built, how much money it would cost. Like, you seem to know nothing about what is happening and yet routinely ask us to come here. So I'm just saying, stop it, vote no. Have a good day.
Our next speaker is Raymond Chandler III, followed by Richard Swartz. Raymond Chandler.
I'm muted. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, you're also welcome to take me off camera or on camera. Good morning, counselors, friends, neighbors. My name is Raymond Chandler III, and I am a public minister in the Quaker tradition. I live in Wilkinsburg. I am here today to talk to you about the Public Safety Training Center, colloquially referred to as Cop City, Pittsburgh. As a Quaker, I oppose all forms of violence, including state-sanctioned violence. While I recognize the need for police to be well-equipped and well-trained so that they can best protect our communities, that is not what these training facilities do. Thou shalt not kill. This is a fundamental commandment. It's so well ingrained in us from birth that after World War II, American military researchers estimated that 75% of servicemen who saw combat had failed to fire a single shot at the enemy. This is a major problem when you are waging war, but it is a blessing to behold when you want peace. These kinds of facilities do not promote peace or well-being. Their entire purpose is to train people how to kill. In 2020 and 2021, I volunteered as a street medic during the Black Lives Matter protests in Columbus, Ohio. I was at the State House on May 29th when Congressman Joyce Betty and Columbus, Ohio City Council President Shannon Hardin were pepper sprayed by officers and nearly trampled by their horses. This is the same police force that still retains Zachary Rosen, who curb stomped an unarmed black man on camera. The same police force that still employs Nicholas Reardon, who killed an autistic teenage girl of color who was actively defending herself from an attacker. This is the same fraternity of police, Lodge 9, who protects the murderer Jason Meade, which gunned down Casey Goodson Jr. by firing 6 rounds into his back, causing him to collapse and die in his grandmother's kitchen while holding a sandwich from Subway and his car keys. This is the same fraternity of men who, in their zeal, gunned down Stop Cop City forest defenders, unarmed medics in their tents who died with shots through the palms of their hands. These cops want to come here and build their murder machine here. You want to train these killers here in our community so they can kill our kids too? You are fools. These men are cowards. They do not deserve your admiration. They do not deserve your support. They do not deserve more equipment. They do not deserve a training facility which will teach them better ways to enact their cruelty on others. Let's be real. They don't need more toys. They don't need more guns. They don't need more violence, and they don't need to learn more ways to kill us and our children in no fair liberty or just society built on the principles of God and divine justice. Should we ever, in good conscience, allow a murder machine like this to bring its plague of violence and hate upon us? Not ever, not once. Friends, I oppose this measure. I oppose any facility which will bring such harm and destruction on us by those who are meant to protect us. We cannot allow this to come to be. Thank you. Have a good day.
Our next speaker is Richard Swartz, followed by Bobby Fan.
Thank you for the opportunity to address council today. I'm going to be very brief. Years of work by some of the members of council have resulted in the intercooperation agreement that you're now presented with today regarding the Pittsburgh Land Bank, working together with Allegheny County, the city of Pittsburgh, and the school district to effect the sale of vacant, blighted, tax delinquent land primarily to organizations that can develop these sites as affordable housing. We hope that you'll give this cooperation agreement your vote and support. I know we have a couple of council members on the board of the land bank, so you have a lot of involvement in how the land bank operates. We would hope that most of the responsibility for disposing of these properties remains with the land bank and doesn't require each sale to come back to city council for approval. We think council can have a voice in what properties are turned over to the land bank, but from that point forward, we'd like to have the land bank be able to do the work that it's charged with doing. So your support for this bill today is really appreciated. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bobby Fan, followed by Tim Ludwig. Bobby Fan. Tim Ludwig.
Hello, my name is Tim Ludwig. I own a business in the Strip District in the area that we're talking about, the Penn Avenue Street redesign. And I've come to ask you guys to pause this. Back in May of 2024, there was a meeting that was advertised, help us create a safe Penn Avenue for all. Didn't mention the word road, didn't mention anything about a redesign. So a lot of my neighbors actually didn't even attend the meeting. After that, I got to meet a lot of my neighbors because what was presented there was a shock to everybody. I didn't know hardly any of these guys that are going to come to speak later. After meeting with them, meeting with the small business or the Strip District Business Association, they ended up doing a poll of the neighborhood and found that 97% didn't approve of the plan. After that, over a year passed until we got the next update of the design, and that was in June of 2025. And that what the update was, we're going to add paid parking everywhere. We're also going to make the parking lane a little bit smaller. We're going to make the driving lane a little bit wider. That was added without any other public meeting or notice, other than just posting it online. And then in the last few weeks, it seems like we're getting told everything possible from DOMI, from city reps. Is there paid parking? Is there not? What streets are they on? What are they not? Will speeds increase on the street because this lane is wider? Will it not? Does the April 2024 data on speed even matter? It doesn't show that speed is a problem on the street. We got told that doesn't matter. There's data before. In the beginning, I got told the EMS is signed off on it. The fire department is signed off on it. And then we find that was a lie. So there's just so much confusion. We're just asking for a pause. This is people's livelihoods we're talking about. Tim spoke earlier. You saw his passion. The passion is because if this design fails, there's no harm on the city. You're going to just redesign it in a few years. But if this design fails their businesses, that's his livelihood. That's these businesses' livelihood. They can't just take an experiment, and we don't want to be an experiment. So please, let's look at this data. Let's actually fix the most dangerous street in the Strip District, Liberty Avenue, first. See what the effects are, come back to Penn, and just not make us an experiment. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Seth Davis, followed by Angela V. Williams.
I'm Seth Davis of Squirrel Hill, and I'm here to speak against item number 2025-1967.
You should all vote no. Item 2025-1967 allocates $1.8 million to the mere planning of a sprawling 168-acre campus, so-called public safety training campus. This comes at a time in which Pittsburgh is strapped for cash in numerous other ways that other people have spoken about. I live in Squirrel Hill. My bus system got gutted. The actual cost of this thing, most conservative estimates put it at about $90 million. The actual cost, by all accounts, easily over $100 million. What it's going to be used to build? It's going to be used to build mostly police infrastructure. Besides the public documents that make it clear that it's going to have a canine training facility and a shooting range, as well as a broad variety of other multipurpose facilities that could be used to train a militarized police infrastructure, and besides the previously cited reasons in the RFP saying that it's going to be used mostly for police, actually, Deputy Mayor Jake Powlock was right here and at that table on July 2nd saying that it's going to be used under current instructions almost entirely by the police force, mostly because our police department is just so bloated. It's going to be a cop city by another name. The need for more police training infrastructure is totally absent. Literally in the nearly 2 hours of council discussion that this item has commanded, the only reason that any of you have given that there is a deficiency in our current police training infrastructure is that we currently lease a few classrooms from CCAC. Building a canine center and a shooting range and training a mounted police force is not going to save us any rent at CCAC or anywhere else. It's not going to save us any money. It's going to cost the city an enormous amount of money. Jake Pollock, again himself, here at July 2nd, after being wheedled by Anthony Coghill for half an hour, said, quote, police training facilities we do have. It's a well-maintained building, and actually they did some major improvements last year on it. And they went on to say that our police training infrastructure is perfectly fine. There's a huge mismatch between what the city's priorities should be and what this facility is going to build. Thirdly, this project is likely to occasion major backlash. When similar cop city projects were proposed at other cities, the actual cost ended up being multiples of what was planned, and the project was delayed by years. According to public documents, estimates of how long it's going to take, easily over 2 decades. 20 years of Pittsburghers having the opportunity to protest this thing, delaying it by even more years and driving the cost even up higher and higher, setting Pittsburgh into decades of embattled conflict and a blight on our city's history. If you're really convinced that for bureaucratic reasons this needs to be devoted to public safety training in some sense, there's absolutely no reason why it needs to contain police training infrastructure. Limit it to fire and EMS if you are really convinced that it has to be so-called public safety training campus. Please, 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 today, just vote no.
Next speaker is Angela V. Williams. On deck is Kendall Pelling.
Good morning. My name is Angela Williams, and I reside on the north side in Perry South neighborhood. I am speaking on behalf of Resolution 2025-2219 regarding the Pittsburgh Land Bank and the intercooperational agreement between them and the City of Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Public School Board and Allegheny County. This seems like a no-brainer to me, and I just found out about it being up on council's board vote yesterday. But I wanted to join the meeting and have my 2 minutes to let you all know that there are real life examples and real reasons why you all should vote in favor of it. So the renovation of Strauss Cross Parklet in 2024, you all may be aware of that happened in Perry South, took about 3 years longer than it had to because the City of Pittsburgh and the Pittsburgh Public School Board did not even understand who owned which parcels of one tiny parklet. A second item that I wanted to give you as a real life example of why you should vote in favor is not just because of the dysfunction that currently exists between these governmental entities, such as Pittsburgh School Board not knowing that they own a part of a city park and therefore permissions to renovate the playground had to be delayed because of legislations and agreements between Pittsburgh Public School Board law and City Pittsburgh law in order to have it all under one ownership. But even greater is the lack of real resources to help small community-based organizations do affordable housing development. And this is what Charles Street Area Corporation, for which I serve as the executive director, has been planning for 5 years. Last year, the Pittsburgh Land Bank came through like a champ and being able to give us advice on how to purchase 12 parcels that were owned by the city that have been vacant for literally 30 years. There are 453 vacant parcels in Charles Street Valley. 100 of those parcels are buildable and developable. And we have a project that started in 2019 that is only moving forward because of the Pittsburgh Land Bank. Furthermore, there is a third example. There are organizations out here that are getting monies to help small CDCs. And one organization in particular purchased one parcel for us and paid $7,500 at the sheriff's sale. The very next day, they gave us a bill of sale for $15,000. That's ludicrous. The Pittsburgh Land Bank is a part of the government. You all need to work together to stop the dysfunction and to help create more developable parcels being transformed into real affordable homes for people.
Pardon me. Our next speaker is Kendall Pelling. On deck is Ryan Burns.
Thank you. Council, I'd like to speak in support of the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement and want to call attention to the hard work that has been done by the staff and the city, the land bank, and our other governmental partners at the school district and county to finally get on the same page with this. This is part of a national best practice that shows that municipalities who are able to work with their school districts and their counties and their water and sewer authorities to together tackle the problem of blight by using modern land banks have been able to make great progress on blight and abandonment. This was part of a hallmark of the land bank bill that was created more than a decade ago to support land banks having new clear powers to better recycle abandoned property so that we can get more affordable housing created and make this work smoothly. I run an organization called Rising Tide Partners, and we have worked to create land assemblages for affordable housing. Many of these would not be possible without the land bank functioning. But without the ICA in place, we have had to say no to properties that could have been assembled for affordable housing. We have lots in Hazelwood that tax delinquent people would donate to us, but they have a mountain of taxes on it. We went to the land bank. They said, we'd love to take this donation, but we don't have an ICA agreement to be able to clear those taxes. Therefore, the public sector would have to foreclose on the property, spend extra costs, and then clear the taxes through the old way. You get to the same end, but with years worth of work and extra costs. So this ICA agreement has been put together well, and it's ready for passage. Remember, the land bank is your tool. It's one arm of the city government. Just like the URA is an arm of the government, just like the planning department and DOMI are arms of the government. So strengthen your arm. This ICA will strengthen your power, and it will suck the other governmental partners into owning this problem like you own the problem. Every one of your districts has these blighted properties. By strengthening the land bank, you will have more ability to clear those properties, to get them to lots of different buyers and developers for affordable housing, for market rate housing, for parks and green space. Every use of these properties goes through the council being able to wield its power effectively through its arm called the land bank. So strengthen your arm, be able to do more for your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Burns, followed by Isaac Falvey.
Hello, I'm Ryan Burns. I'm a resident of Friendship in Councilwoman Deb Gross's district, and I'm speaking opposition to 2025-1967. I arrived here today on a bus. In the past, I've purchased bus fare that PRT's dispenser could only manage to print half of, making it inoperable. Often I take buses down Penn or Fifth Avenue, which, well, thankfully are having infrastructure repair work done. The poor patches only reveal the absurdity of public transit and cars all being corralled through these cavity-strewn roads. And clearly there's a lack of thought for the inevitable traffic severity, and hindsight for no public transit or any corridors here being alternatives built before the work was done. Lastly, also, buses often, the stops are just canceled. And due to these recurring budget cuts, they're just not showing up at route planning. I speak all these grievances not specifically to critique PRT as the goal of my comment, but to just suggest, I mean, though this could be a supplemental funding alternative to this ridiculous training program, training center, a much more effective use of the $84 million that we'd be projected to spend, but to provide a figurative example instead of with deteriorating observations throughout our public space that we all navigate through, how all these regressively affect every single person who goes through them, how every single individual has to accommodate these failures of public maintenance and well-being on their own until people are pushed out financially towards being to the increasing ever more visible unhoused population or to crime. In tackling these logistics of public design and maintenance, create the security that leads to public safety, which is what our city needs, not this training facility for the police. The city does not want this training center, especially not Lincoln Leamington, on land that was once used to care for veterans, on land that will ultimately facilitate training for violence, to be funded by Pittsburghers and to be inflicted back on Pittsburghers. You're all Democrats, and you've probably heard some assertion that poverty leads to crime, and so, you know, you've had it decisively instilled in you on the political career path that you are here today on. And so I urge you to do something about it and reject this resolution. Spend council time and money on solving visible systemic problems as opposed to chasing law-breaking abstractions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Isaac Falvey, followed by Lee Walls. We'll move on to Lee Walls, on deck, Fawn Walker Montgomery.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I'm here to speak on the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement. My name is Lee Walls. I am the founder and executive director of Amani Christian Community Development Corporation. We have been in existence for 25 years now. We have devoted ourselves to revitalizing our Hill District community, but we also serve in Homewood. I want to talk about the importance of this ICA legislation, if you will, to the city of Pittsburgh and how critical it is to extend the opportunity for the land bank to increase the number of home ownership opportunities in the city of Pittsburgh. Data continues to show that the poverty disparity between white residents and black residents has grown. The city of Pittsburgh is in the top 10 cities where there is a gap in ownership for the black community. So black home ownership in Pittsburgh has declined as the cost of houses has become less affordable. Hispanic and black Americans have the lowest home ownership rates, 51% and 45% respectively. And as a faith-based community nonprofit, it's important for us to continue to work to expand the opportunities for home ownership for those in the 50% AMI to the 80% AMI range. So this cooperation agreement will create a process where the land bank is able to extend the opportunity to prioritize opportunities in cooperation with developers specifically to gain access to properties that would normally be hung up in process between the city, the county, and thus be ineligible to move forward for housing development. It's important that we have the opportunity to identify tax delinquent abandoned properties and put them in use for future projects. Specifically, we have been able to triple, if you will, in the last 18 months, thanks to the land bank, the number of units that we have brought into our various communities. That particular stat is going to grow for us as we continue to work with the land bank. I cannot express the increased opportunity and the willingness of the land bank to make these opportunities develop in our communities. So I'm asking that council will move forward and have this inter-cooperation agreement signed, but I also want to
Thank you. You're welcome to submit comments and we'll read them. Our next speaker is Fawn Walker Montgomery. Next up after that is Mallory Brangan.
So my name is Fawn Walker Montgomery, and I actually reside in the Mon Valley community. I'm here to speak in opposition of the police training facility that we all know is a cop city. And while I do live in the Mon Valley, I recognize that Pittsburgh police set precedent for what occurs in these smaller communities. And we are presently dealing with the McKeesport police, who have gone viral the last few months, who have beat a 70-year-old black man to the point where they fractured his ribs. So I recognize that if this is done, it's going to affect everyone in Allegheny County, not just the city of Pittsburgh. I completely agree with everything that my comrades and colleagues have said, outside the fact that I do not want this bill repackaged, and I want this gone completely. I want to spend the rest of my time talking about progressive politics in Allegheny County, principles, and fascism. So you all majority of you ran on the platform of being progressive. Majority of my comrades and colleagues in this room knocked on doors for you all, made phone calls, supported you all. I've never really been in favor of this progressive movement in Allegheny County for various reasons. One being I recognize that it was built off the back of black women like myself in our blood, sweat, and tears. Also that the packaging of it comes as performative. So a lot of you ran on this platform of caring about the community, and I'll read some of the stuff that you said. I truly believe, this is what you all said, our city and region can grow its residents' wealth and improve health by ensuring that the places where we live and work are healthy. That's what you said. You also said we want a community for all. I've also seen you all at protests. So that brings me back to the performative stuff. How can you say you're progressive? How can you say you care about all? And how can you stand next to me, because I've stood next to you all at some of these protests, and still propose this and be okay with it? Which brings me to the principles. Where the hell are your principles? I'm a former elected official, so I've sat where you sat before. So I understand what comes with that and the immense responsibility that comes with that. I was able to maintain my principles, so I know that it's extremely possible to do. Let's not welcome in fascism. Let's not welcome in that by militarizing our police even more and voting for this. Whatever you said when you ran for office, if you claim to be progressive, whatever the hell that means to you, act like it. Act like it. Act like it. It is for too long that this progressive movement has had a foot in and out of black issues.
Thank you.
I hope that you all stand on your principles.
Next up, Mallory Brangan. On deck, James Cohen.
Sure I got this right. Okay. Hi, everybody. I spoke about this last time, and I felt pretty good about that. You guys have my written comment on that. Hi, I'm Mallory Brangan, and I live at 5158 Carnegie Street. I'm speaking in opposition to using public resources to plan a police training facility, 2025-1967. I'd also like to take an opportunity to talk about strip right sizing. I regularly commute on my bike downtown from Lawrenceville, and I currently avoid Penn Avenue until I have to cut over from Railroad Street. Penn Avenue is a little too risky for me to safely ride, and I'm looking forward to the right sizing project. I'm actually really happy with the things that I see Domi doing, and it's one of the things that makes me very proud to call Pittsburgh home. All right, so in 2023, I witnessed my neighbors spending a terrifying day hiding in their basement to avoid bullets flying through their Garfield neighborhood. The police were in the process of evicting a man who had his home sold out from underneath him over a few $1,000s in unpaid property taxes. I learned that that day, I learned that Pittsburgh PD has a tank. Hours and hours into this standoff, I watched the police try out a lot of surplus military gear. And I realized that the standoff was actually being used as a training day for the police force. They called in 11 outside agencies to assist with this, and it eventually ended, I think it was a 6.5-hour standoff with the extrajudicial execution of Mr. Bill William Hardison. When our police maim and kill us, the call is often made that they need more resources and more training to learn not to. The same logic isn't applied when our transit fails us, or when our schools fail us, or when the post office is inefficient. We respond to these discrepancies with cuts, and we require our public resources to run like a business, to even maintain themselves like a for-profit business. And this framework has not been applied to our police force. I pay money to use the bus, I pay money to send a letter, and I pay money to go to the Pittsburgh Public School pool. But if I wanted to evict a renter from my home, it costs $0. We offer our police to landlords free of charge. And when pulling someone out of their home goes terribly wrong, it can be a 6-hour training day instead. I wonder if we've studied the cost of that day in 2023. I don't believe that this training facility will make days like that less likely. William Hardison was killed because he was being violently dispossessed from his home. So I want us to prioritize public dollars going towards housing and housing those who need it and keeping our transit system. Thank you.
Next speaker, James Cohn. On deck, Emily Sawyer.
Okay, folks, council, thank you. My name is Jim Cohen. I've been in the Strip District for 30 years. I started as a street vendor. Now I'm a landowner there, and I have 3 businesses. The reason I'm here is because of the right sizing project. I represent 100 businesses because I run the business association, which, coming from a street vendor, now I run a business association. That's what this is all about. Growth. Speaking of growth, the Strip District has grown so much since I've been there, it's unbelievable. But my main concern is actually safety. We're talking about cutting one lane down to being safer, but with the right sizing project, fire trucks won't be able to get through. The ambulances won't get through. Right now, our fire chief won't sign off on this project because he doesn't want to have blood on his hands. Think about just what's happened in the past few months in big fires. Big fire in Squirrel Hill, big fire in Shady Side. If a fire truck stops on Penn Avenue, nothing else is going to be able to get through. And right now, like you said, we're starting a project on Liberty Avenue. Right now, they're putting homes in on Smallman Street. If there's a big fire, people are going to die. And we were actually warned by the firefighters, fire administration, that they don't think it's going to fit the fire, and the businesses fear block delivery zones. When you have a delivery zone, we're going to have parking. It's going to be part of our parking. So if say you have a truck that's in your delivery zone, it's going to take a pallet across a bike lane to get into the particular business. I mean, to me, that doesn't sound safe at all. In fact, we did a study. We didn't do a study. Our neighbors in Domi did a study. In their study, 5 years, there was not one bike accident on Smallman Street. So when we're talking about it being unsafe, I mean, you have a half a lane to get through.
Thank you. Your time has expired. You are welcome to submit comments and we will read them.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker, Emily Sawyer. On deck, Sierra Van Dyke.
Hi, I'm Emily Sawyer. I'm a resident of Manchester. Vote no on 2025-1967. It boggles the mind that this city that is in such dire financial straits has found all this money to do every road construction project all at once for the NFL draft when you couldn't find a penny for the people that actually live here. It's offensive. It further boggles the mind that the city can find $1.8 million plus $85 million to build a Cop City urban warfare training ground when it tells the children of this city that it can't return their education tax dollars because it doesn't have enough money. These are tax dollars that were diverted to the city when it was in Act 47. We were released from Act 47 in 2018. The city has continued for the 7 intervening years to receive these school children's money. This was almost $23 million in 2023 and around $25 million in 2024. And you insist you need it, and now you tell me that you can find $85 million to build a Cop City when crime is down and alternatives to policing are working. When no one can shut up about our homeless problem, you want to build a Cop City. When we have to turn to charities to help us deal with trash, but thank goodness y'all approved 11 new trash inspectors to what? To ticket old people who put out their trash cans too early because it gets dark at 6 p.m.? And you want to build a Cop City? You keep solving problems we don't have. We don't have a problem with not finding enough litterers. We don't have a problem with not arresting enough people. We do have a problem with houselessness. We do have a problem with trash. The solution to homelessness is housing. The solution to trash is to pick it up. Cops are a solution to nothing. Nothing. Let's invest in actual solutions to actual problems. Let's give our school children back their funding and make PPS the best it can be. Let's clean up abandoned lots and housing and build houses. Let's pay people to pick up trash instead of pretending we can find our way out of a trash problem. These are not solutions. Try a guaranteed income program so people don't feel so desperate. It's working in Chicago. It's working. Solve actual problems instead of just criminalizing and penalizing people for the conditions we create and can change. Thank you.
Next speaker, Jonathan. I'm sorry. Next speaker, we skipped one. Sierra Van Dyke, followed, and then up on deck, Jonathan. I do not have a last name.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sierra Van Dyke. I live in District 1, and I work in Lawrenceville. I'm here again after 2 weeks to rehash this. Frankly, I don't have anything new to say. You guys have heard everything. There's no reason you should vote for yes for this. It's actually surprising to see all of you here. I have yet to be a meeting where all of you are actually here. Also, even though some of you still show up 40 minutes late for this one, or an hour late for a previous one, or goodness forbid, miss voting on 2 pieces of legislation because you really had to use the restroom. I guess you can ask your fellow council person who that was. Anyway, I was hoping not to cry again on this one, but here we go. It's embarrassing to sit here and miss 2 hours of work to come here and listen to you guys not know how to do your jobs. You get up and you come and talk to business people, and yet you don't even listen to them when they have questions and concerns. You're listening to none of your constituents. How are you this bad at your jobs? Maybe we should be spending money on classroom usage for all of you to learn how to do your jobs. Even though you make $80,000-ish a year part-time, 20% of your constituents live under the poverty line. Do you know that's $50,000 for a household of 4 people? Can you imagine trying to manage that when the buses are canceled, when they're trying to figure out how to get their kids to school, when goodness forbid they don't have access to food, and it's only going to get worse with federal cuts? This is insane that you sit here and you waste this time to spend $1.8 million on just a design, or 86 more for it to come to plan, knowing that we are going to fight you every single step of the way. And I can't wait to now spend my extra free time to get all of you out of these positions and into a new place, because you can't even listen to us. That is your job. Do your job and vote no. And I have to go to work now, and I'm gonna be working late because you all just don't know how to do your job. So thank you.
Next speaker, Jonathan. On deck, Mark Daybert.
I swear I filled it out correctly, but I do have a last name.
My apologies.
Jonathan Daybert. I'm from Lawrenceville, and I'm one of the rare people here to speak in favor of the public safety campus. And it's weird because I didn't think I would. But when I started researching that we have this building and this property, and that, you know, if we don't have a plan in place by 2026, that it's going to be given to the Trump administration to do whatever they want to do with it, I was just like, well, we have an opportunity here, and if it has to be public safety, which is what I believe the agreement says that it is public safety, to avoid going to the Trump administration, I have a lot of opinions and contingencies about supporting this that I need to get through to you all. I don't want a militarized police force. And I need this council to think, what guardrails can you put on this project to guarantee that we're not going to have a militarized police force and this does not become a hub for police brutality? And something else that I need to get across to this council is my fear is that right now, the Pittsburgh police has not signed a 287G agreement with the ICE agency. And in order for me to continue supporting this project, I need there to be a written guarantee that Pittsburgh police does not sign a cooperative agreement, a 287G, with the federal ICE agency. My support, that's another thing that my support is contingent on. Something else that I want to put to the council is the need for accountability. We need frequent and mandatory implicit bias trainings for EMS, firefighter, and police bureaus. We also need frequent and mandatory de-escalation trainings for EMS, fire, and police bureaus. And as far as like this particular project being a source of revenue for the city, if there's shooting ranges, open it up to the public. It could be something in order to decrease us versus them mentality. It could be memberships to this training, the way that there are other shooting ranges across the city. Classes, trainings could also be open to the public if people wanted to have defense classes, gun safety classes, public driving classes, safety driving courses that could all be opted in by the public, for the public. I also want to say that I think this project needs to be imagined as a harm prevention campus. Make this a national model that other cities can look to us and say, Pittsburgh did it right.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Daybert followed by Andre Menz-Johns.
Hello, I'm Mark Daybert. I'm living in Lawrenceville, and I was just wanting to comment on the public safety campus that I'm heartened by all the public feedback and all the concerns of my neighbors regarding over-militarization, and I think certain of the guardrails, including not having K-9 units on campus, not having an outdoor gun range within the city limits of Pittsburgh, balancing the needs of fire with EMS. I'm a physician. EMS training integrated with law enforcement is actually very important in terms of responding to things like mental health crises and addiction-related issues. And I think that's an opportunity here to kind of cross-pollinate, but there needs to be a balance. Obviously, the plan as written is very heavily biased towards law enforcement. I also share the concerns expressed regarding this contract eclipsing in summer of next year, that all of this robust public opinion, all of this robust concerns that are then considered by you all of that goes away if we lose access to this property. The Trump administration, having the ability to overrule what the city of Pittsburgh wants to do with this land could be a disaster. I currently am looking to the good work of Pittsburgh Women for Democracy as they're trying to shut down the Moshannon Valley ICE detention facility, which is the largest ICE detention facility in the Northeast. We would be inviting reprisals, and I am concerned that a lot of the fears raised by the community that I'm very sensitive to in terms of over-policing will be done and then some if this is driven by the Trump administration and not the city of Pittsburgh. So I encourage you to find a way to get this public safety campus move forward in a way that's sensitive to these concerns by the hard deadline of next summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Andre Menz-Johns, and on deck, Jeremy Bingham. Is Andre with us? We will move on to Jeremy Bingham.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, Jeremy Bingham, live in Bloomfield, work as a nurse. Here to speak in opposition to Resolution 2025-1967, the Cop City. Just a little, I think it's funny that it hasn't come up. If we're going to be talking about public safety in the city that birthed Freedom House Ambulance, where EMS came from nationally, it is a slap in the face of the Black doctors and community in the Hill District that created one of the most robust and innovative protocols for pre-hospital care that became the defining line in pre-hospital care. To put this much money towards a group of people that is going to inflict violence and create more harm in our city. It is shameful to the names of those doctors that created municipalized EMS. And I'm ashamed to have to be here and be having this conversation at all. I think everyone has said most of the rest of what I wanted to say. I guess one thing that I do want to bring up, in the previous session, Councilwoman Gross, you brought up that, you know, we could maybe use this space for transitional housing. I guess Cobb City is a move backwards. It's a move to keep doing the same shit that we've been doing over and over again. And there's opportunities to invest in supportive housing, a combination of housing resources with social services integrated into a geographic region, which would also benefit the Lincoln-Leamington community. we have an opportunity to be the same Pittsburgh that had innovative solutions that came up with a whole different way of doing things that the entire country got to benefit from, not taking money and giving it to cops.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ro Ramirez. On deck, Tyler Blau.
I've lived in southwestern PA my whole life. I currently live in South Oakland, and before that I lived in Squirrel Hill. And I'm here today to encourage the council to vote no on Resolution 2025-1967. According to the City of Pittsburgh's 2025 operating budget, the Bureau of Police's current budget is $120.6 million, or over $21 million more than the next highest budget to fall under the Department of Public Safety expenditure. Meanwhile, per Allegheny County public data, more than 1,000 people are currently experiencing homeless in Allegheny County every single day. As Pittsburgh Land Bank reports, there are 23,757 vacant properties in Pittsburgh, with 7,490 of these properties containing structures that could feasibly and should realistically house people. However, instead of investing in revitalization of these structures to provide people with housing, the city has repeatedly swept encampments where homeless people have lived, providing these people no solutions as to where they're supposed to go, and instead opting for further militarization. What we need is to protect people, not to protect the prison system. The placement of a police training facility in a historically black neighborhood, nonetheless, which I highly doubt is unintentional, is not what will make our city safer. It will only promote violence. This money would be better used for the support of these thousands of people and thousands more. Support for food, housing, clothing, public schooling, transportation, or creating a space for disaster preparedness or firefighter or EMS training specifically, which will save far more lives than police training will. Make our city safer and better for residents by investing in actual safety instead of an $84 million police playground. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tyler Blau. On deck, Bucky Van Dyke.
Hello, my name is Tyler Blau, and I live in District 7. I'm here to speak in opposition to Resolution 2025-1967 that proposes the planning for a cop city to be built here in Pittsburgh. The U.S. police, like everything else in this country having fascist roots, started off as slave-catching groups, and to silence anyone speaking out against the oppression by the state. And now 200 years later, the city council is thinking about giving millions of taxpayer dollars to the same force to occupy a neighborhood of Pittsburgh. It's not surprising, since policy at every level of government has gone to the benefit of the working class at the expense of the working class. I understand it's convenient to ignore the history of the mass harm and terror the police and U.S.-controlled forces abroad have caused and still cause to this day, especially when you aren't the target or there is personal benefit involved. But I hope the comments of so many of your constituents help you recognize a cop city will not improve the material or social conditions for everyday citizens of Pittsburgh. Do your jobs for once. I hate that it sometimes takes personal effects for people to see differently, but regardless of how you vote for this, and Trump decides to invade Pittsburgh next, who do you think the police will take their orders from? A bunch of progressive Democrats or the white supremacists? What's next? What else would help you realize the danger of this resolution? After the utter embarrassment of this whole state and the city to pass meaningful funding for public transportation, when there was an unhoused crisis, rising costs of everything, roads and bridges in decay, people losing jobs in healthcare, schools being underfunded, instead of using the money for all of that, you really think millions of dollars to put more cops in the streets is a good thing? This council has its priorities screwed up. The city of Pittsburgh is telling you no, it will not be a good thing. Support marginalized communities, support the working class, don't support fascism, don't support the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Bucky Van Dyke. On deck, Renee Dolney.
Hi, my name is Bucky Van Dyke. I live in downtown Pittsburgh, and I am, again, here to express my strong opposition to 2025-1967 Cop City. I'm going to keep it short. There's nothing I can say here that you haven't already heard, assuming, unlike chronically late councilperson Cale Smith, you've even bothered to listen to the testimonies of the people who have taken time out of their busy lives to be here and speak to all of you in the first place. You know what your constituents want. I have been here for hours upon hours of testimony, almost universally against this measure. You've heard from people who are engaged in their community, engaged in local politics, people who organize, and people who will make sure everybody knows how you voted in regards to Cop City. All of us have seen or experienced the extensive, sometimes fatal, abuses of power at the hands of the Pittsburgh police. Keep that in mind when you vote. This is an issue people care deeply about, an issue that will shape the future of our communities and will have profound significance in future elections. If you can't do it for us, do it for yourself. Your job is on the line.
Thank you. Next speaker, Renee Dolney. On deck, Luna Pena Soto.
Hello, my name is Renee Dolney, and I am the Executive Director of the Wilkinsburg Land Bank. I am here to ask that Pittsburgh City Council please vote yes on signing the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement with the Pittsburgh Land Bank. Allegheny County is plagued with over 54,000 vacant, abandoned, and tax delinquent properties, many of them houses that could be returned to single-family home ownership. The Wilkinsburg Land Bank is proof that the land banking system can work if all three taxing and governing bodies can work together. The Wilkinsburg Land Bank was created by Wilkinsburg Borough Ordinance in the summer of 2022. We got all of our ICAs signed in the summer of 2024, and we have title to 15 properties already, 1 year later. So we are proof that you can do this very, very quickly and do it well. We have focused the phase 1 of our redevelopment in our Turner Elementary School corridor, and within a year from now, Laketon Road between Montier and Graham Boulevard is going to be completely transformed. We are absolutely overjoyed that we have houses to sell, and we are overjoyed that we're going to be converting 30 abandoned houses into welcoming new homes for new families within blocks of Wilkinsburg Senior Elementary School. We have 45 more houses on the way as part of our phase 2 redevelopment. All told, so far, the housing that will be returned to the tax rolls by the Wilkinsburg Land Bank will give all three taxing bodies an increased tax base of over $13 million. This is what is giving the elected officials in Wilkinsburg a lot of joy. And this is just within our first year of being operational. The mission of the Wilkinsburg Land Bank is to turn our abandoned housing stock into affordable home ownership for regular folks. Home ownership is a powerful anchor and a lure. I moved to Pittsburgh from Florida to come to graduate school, and this is back in like the 2000s when you could buy houses, and I bought a cheap house in Wilkinsburg, and I have stayed ever since. And I think that this is a way that we can capture people and keep them in the region. My house has been my rock, and it's kept me here in this region. I grew up in Florida, and when I went back to visit this summer, every time I bought a cup of coffee, every time I bought something at a store, I asked the clerk where they were from. Nobody was from Florida. All these kids were from up north. And I tried to talk to them and ask them about what would it take for you to come back. And I actually met some kids from Pittsburgh and Daytona Beach. And homeownership was the only real enticement that I could get them to commit to, right? Because we don't have the weather, we don't have the beaches. But if you can be a homeowner and you can have something that you can hold on to and call home, then we can bring people back and we can keep people here also. Pittsburgh's abandoned housing stock can be returned to the tax rolls within a relatively short period of time and returned to productive reuse if you guys will sign the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement with the Pittsburgh Land Bank. I am asking Pittsburgh City Council to please sign the Intergovernmental Cooperation Agreement with the Pittsburgh Land Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Luna Pena Soto. On deck, Miles Dinnan.
Hi, my name is Luna Pena Soto. I live in Bloomfield. I have my EMT licensure in Pittsburgh, and I've been working as an EMT for the past 2 years. This is my licensure card. And I'm here vehemently opposed to this resolution, 2025-1967. $1.8 million and $84 million are the numbers that we see ahead of us. Individuals that we serve as members of EMS agencies people we see going to hospitals again and again because there is no way to get food on the table because of a bogus police ticket, because electricity prices continue to rise. These people are tired. I am tired of seeing the police department receive an abundance of resources while our unhoused neighbors bounce from shelter to shelter, encampment to encampment, because the city refuses to provide housing. Where are the community support systems, counseling services, access to clean drug equipment, food services? All of these programs are more effective ways at keeping Pittsburgh families safe. A cop city in Pittsburgh is something that no one has asked for. Where are the police officers begging you for canine units? They are not here. They might be in your pockets, but they are not here. The City Council has already approved 2 resolutions that let the police department acquire canine dogs at a price of $60,000. That is greater than what the average paramedic in Pittsburgh sees in a year. It is twice the average income of a Pittsburgher. The money on the table in no way addresses the issues paramedics and firefighters have been facing. It does not fund respiratory therapy for the firefighters dealing with climate and slumlord fires, as we saw all too recently in Squirrel Hill. It is not funding the physical therapy and surgery that my EMS coworkers and I need after lifting hundreds of thousands of patients in our lifetime. Do not use my hard work to justify building a sanctuary of oppression. Canines, LRADs, drones, all while bus lines are getting cut, public health is getting cut. These strain our EMS agencies. We see response times that are increased. We see EMS agents being mandated to stay on the job over 40 hours sometimes because no one is able to work because we are not being paid a livable wage. There is a deep need for public infrastructure support, not a playground for a private army. There will be blood on your hands if you go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Miles Dinnan. On deck is Jim Palmer. Is Miles with us? Next up is Jim Palmer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Palmer. I work in the Hill District for Amani Christian Community Development Corporation. My executive director, Lee Walls, spoke briefly earlier. I am Amani's Director of Real Estate Development, and I'm here today to voice my support for the Pittsburgh Land Bank's proposed intergovernmental cooperation agreement. Recent investment in the past few years in the land bank has helped affordable housing redevelopment in the city tremendously. Especially allowing small nonprofit real estate developers like myself focused on developing sustainable, affordable housing in the realm of acquisition of property to redevelop or develop into new housing. Approving the proposed ICA is an essential step to increase the capacity of the Pittsburgh Land Bank to do the good, impactful work they do more efficiently, while providing a long-term funding stream to the land bank. I appreciate you all taking the time this morning and now afternoon to hear our thoughts, and I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. That was our final registered speaker. I will go back through those who I called who were not here at the time to see if they joined us, and then we'll move on to those who have not registered to speak. First up, Matthew Cartier. I'm unfortunately, we cannot have someone read it, but we will, if he sent it in, we will receive it from the clerk's office and we will read it. Thank you. Next up is Abdullah Salem. Next up is Bobby Fan. Isaac Falvey. Andre Mens-Johns. Miles Dinnan. Okay, we will move on to those who are in the audience wishing to speak.
I was registered, but not.
My apologies.
That's okay. My name's Corey Bonnet. I've run a gallery in the Strip District for 15 years.
I'm friends with many of the businesses, residents, developers, and property owners, and I think that we need to pause the DOMI right-sizing project for Penn Avenue. There are many reasons to do this: economic, hardships for traffic, and individuals trying to get in and out of the Strip District, but my top concern is safety. That is DOMI's proposed reason for this project, and in trying to create a safer environment, they are actually endangering more lives. I'm going to read very quickly an email from the president of the Firefighters Union that was addressed to Councilman Wilson and to Councilman Coghill. On behalf of the Pittsburgh Firefighter IAFF Local Number 1, I am once again writing to bring to your urgent attention significant concerns regarding the Penn Avenue project in the Strip District. As I have previously stated, the proposed design plans to narrow the roadway from 2 inbound lanes to a single inbound lane. This substantial reduction in available roadway will severely limit access for emergency vehicles responding to incidents along this critical corridor and will create serious operational challenges during emergency situations. New information has also come to light that elevates this concern from an operational hazard to a matter of legal compliance. Specifically, the proposed design would violate the 2018 International Fire Code, which has been adopted by the City of Pittsburgh. Fire apparatus access roads shall have an unobstructed width of no less than 20 feet, exclusive of shoulders, except for approved security gates in accordance with Section 503.6, and an unobstructed vertical clearance of not less than 13 feet 6 inches. If the Penn Avenue project proceeds as currently designed, it will directly violate this code requirement. The city cannot proceed with the project knowingly disregards the very fire codes we are sworn to upheld. Doing so would only place the public first responders and business community at greater risk, but could also expose the city to significant legal liability. I respectfully request that you immediately intervene to ensure the Department of Mobility and Infrastructure is not permitted to proceed with this project in direct violation of IFC Section 503.2.1. At a minimum, this project must be placed on hold. There's a little bit more. In subsequent meetings with DOMI, they told business owners, and when I asked this question, that the fire had signed off, that the fire chief had signed off. Councilman Wilson was in one of these meetings. He said he believed those concerns had been addressed. A quick email from Ralph said, the only thing I signed off on was the agreement on how DOMI moves forward with new projects, as I was pushing for legislation to require a formal approval for public safety on all projects. The fire chief's code violation was not signed off on in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Callie DiSabato, and I live in Mr. Wilson's district. I'm here to ask you once again to vote no on Resolution 2025-1967. I left the classroom 3 years ago, but I'm an educator at heart, so I'm going to continue sharing with you all some historical facts in the hopes that you can see your vote today within the larger context that it actually exists, rather than the bizarre bubble you've built for yourself around this issue. Last time I spoke, I talked about the local response to the Ku Klux Klan, which had a large, highly active presence in Pittsburgh 100 years ago. I'm skipping class today at CCAC to be here speaking with you all. I'd rather be there. But every time I'm on campus now, I think about how 100 years ago, it was the same exact location where, as a local newspaper reported at the time, motorcycle officers were forced to extinguish a structure on Monument Hill, the Allegheny campus's current location, because sparks from the cross were blowing against the rear of a home and endangering it. Of course, newspapers were reporting about Klan activity at the time, and just like today, the historical record contains a range of coverage. Local black papers like the Pittsburgh Courier covered the Klan activities with care, while many mainstream reporters described the cross burnings with near reverence. A reporter in the Swickley Herald described one burning. The frosty night intensified the brilliance of the burning cross, and many watched it burn for an hour or more. I share this historical context with you now because I hope you're not relying on asinine newspaper reporting like Brandon McGinley's Post-Gazette dribble to justify your votes on this project. I had the privilege of living directly next door to Mr. McGinley for several years in Mr. Coghill's district. and including during the time of the 2020 racial justice protests, which he wrote about 2 weeks ago. In his recent article, Mr. McGinley shares a silly little anecdote about wanting to participate in protests, but settling for cleaning up a McDonald's parking lot instead. What he was actually doing at the time was writing foolish articles about how his ancestors, the Irish, were oppressed just like black people. Brandon McGinley certainly enjoys his whiteness now. He would do well to remember that the Irish Catholic immigrants he wrote about with such reverence were in coalition with their Jewish and black neighbors to resist Klan violence because none of them were provided protection within the public safety framework of their local government. They were busy enacting their own public safety plan out of necessity, blocking roads and throwing bricks when the Klan came to town. Just like he needed to do more reading and learning before publishing the article in 2020, Brandon probably should have been more cautious before publishing his article 2 weeks ago titled, "Pittsburgh's Anti-Police Activists Have Lost the Plot." If Mr. McGinley were in my 8th grade class and tried to submit that to me, he and I would have several conversations about the quality of his research and the effectiveness of his anecdotes. Asinine and disingenuous, I hope you all don't consider it a responsible voice. It's not. Right? I'm not surprised, though. Mr. McGinley's personal politics, as I've seen as his next-door neighbor, embodies the Christian exclusivity of the Klan. He's the type of neighbor that would watch you have a medical emergency in your front yard and never offer to help or check in on you unless you're part of a special Catholic club. Just because the Post-Gazette publishes this Irish Catholic scab nonsense doesn't mean that the content is quality. He's now in the historical record with his bylines. Where is your historical record going to be?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Yvonne F. Brown. I live in the Hill District at 715 Mercer Street. I'm an activist for children, youth, family, hospital workers, homeless, and the elderly, especially at Katie Irvis. I went to Giant Eagle and I saw a sign that says, if you buy any food, any change you have left, please give it to the food bank. I have come down and told you about the food bank we have up in our building. Now, this is what I got from the food bank. This is to last me for a month. Now, I had a cabbage and a head of greens in here and two Roman noodle pack, two Roman noodles. But this is for the whole month of food from the food bank. And I'm saying this because people think that you can go and get food. I don't get the canned foods because I had a stroke and my husband had two. We don't eat that. I get the raw fruits and vegetables. I'll talk about that later. But I do want you to understand, if you can, leave your change for the food bank so they can have food for some of the people that really need it. Also, I want to ask you as councilmen, you know the buses have stopped. You know I've fussed about the buses that we can't get to the bottom of the hill. But if they are cutting these buses off, then the bus stops should be closer. Because if you come at the top of Center Avenue, a bus stop is not down to the bottom, and there's been times I'm in the middle and the bus will not stop. You should, if you're gonna cut the buses, you must shorten the length to get to the buses. Also, I'm an activist, and I come down in order to let you know or make you aware of things. Now, Mr. Lavelle has said that he was gonna state to you what happened. Remember I said there's teenage boys taking little girls as young as 12 years old behind Ammons Field. So I said they should put a gate there or have the police come around and watch. Now I talked to Mr. Lavelle yesterday and he has said that they're remodeling the place. But he said he was going to say something, because you just don't answer us. But the neighbors and the women, especially women, are saying, what's happening up there? Are the police going up there and watching? Because if you put a fence there, they got to get the little girl over. And when they said 12-year-old, it really shocked me. My little granddaughter is 12. She's big for her size. She's bigger than me, so she looks almost like a grown woman. Can you imagine them taking her back there? But I think she would fight because she knows her grandma. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Oh, Lord. The missing child, Cerise Taylor, Special Agent Sunshine. Y'all, please be encouraged. God's in control. He's almighty. His power is almighty. Everybody who's signing off on this, whatever, Cop City, whatever this is, they all have a heart, and he's the one that makes it beat. He's the one that'll make it stop. Have faith. Be encouraged. Hang on in there. Hang on in there. That's what I had to do, y'all. They tried to kill me twice with fire. Guess who was in the fire? Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. I walked out untouched. This is what homeless look like. This is the faith of God, the favor of God.
Please address council.
Masterpiece, praise the Lord. I'm a living testimony. I'm a living sacrifice. They tried to sacrifice me. Here I am, still standing, homeless. They took everything, had my real name on it. Everything. Without it, this how God taking care of me. He supplying me with all of my needs through his riches and glory. Psalm 31:13 says, but the enemy can't stop me because there's a calling on my life. No, that's not what it says. I'm so sorry. Psalm 31:13 says, I've heard the slander of many. Fear was on every side. While they took counsel together against me, they devised to take away my life. But the enemy can't stop me because there's a calling on my life. To anybody who is dealing with deformation of character by family, government, or exes that are trying to hold on, won't let go because they've been rejected. Whew. Hang on. Hang on in there. Please hang on in there. 1 Peter 4:10 says, each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. It's God's grace and mercy that we all are here. That every beat of our heart he gives us. It's grace. It's mercy. These people think they're privileged. They think that they're going to wake up regardless. Really? On whose watch? Know and understand God is in control. Please, please do not ever doubt. In Jesus' name, amen.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is David Tessitore, Banksville, District 2. I was going to speak about the parks again, and we're having another work day up there this Saturday, and people are welcome to come. We'll also be talking about things elsewhere that can be done. But hearing a lot of what's been said here today, I think I'm the only person in the room who has had an opportunity earlier this year, actually, to participate in a program called Citizens of Police Academy. And that's an opportunity which is available to all of the people here to participate. The class was not fully filled, in which we had an opportunity to hear about what the training practices are and the issues that police officers face, the stress, etc. I hear a lot of people complaining about issues, incidents that happened elsewhere in the country, and rarely some things that have happened here. And those things there are incidents that, when you're dealing in a situation that things can happen. But one of the things I heard too was the issue of the composition of the police department as far as racial minorities. And I can say that is an issue that is of great concern to the police department. The ability to recruit people to participate. Right now, the number of police officers is woefully lower than it has been in the past. And I can also add that one of the major components that has been added and is being very much stressed is conflict resolution and how to reduce the conflicts that can escalate into situations where there are outcomes that people are concerned about. I would like to see something happening. I have read through the latest on the bill here, and there were concerns raised about participating with federal actions. I see that those are being specifically addressed in the bills that's presented to you. I haven't had a chance to look in depth as to what all has been done. I do hope to work with my district representative on finding out more, but I think that we have a lot of emotions that have been happening here, and as well as you know, we do need to be doing things to improve the number of police. That's been difficult to increase to the level that we need. We do need compassionate police. We do need police that work with social services, and a lot of that has been in motion. More needs to be done, and so I thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any further speakers? There being no further speakers, we will move on to our standing committee's agenda. We are going to take it slightly out of order and move first to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, chaired by Councilmember Warwick. We have one deferred paper.
Bill 1967, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Public Works to enter into an agreement or agreements with Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson of Pennsylvania Architects and Engineers, P.C., for costs associated with the master plan of a public safety training campus and providing for the payment of the cost thereof, not to exceed $1,800,000 over a period of 2 years.
Councilmember Warwick.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Would you like to defer to Councilmember Gross?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Gross.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councilwoman. So I want to thank members again for your willingness to hold the bill while we worked to address some of the concerns that we heard again about today. I do have in front of members an amendment that I'll make a motion for in a minute that I think enshrines as many of the concerns as possible, as legally possible for us to do, that we've been hearing about for several months now. And in fact, some of the concerns go back many years. That while they may be new to some of the people who've just learned about the project, the contract was signed for Public Safety Training Campus with the Department of Justice in 2017. That might have been actually signed in 2018. All of those documents are available for public review. You can read the RFPs, as we heard some people mention. You can also go back to 2017, 2018 and read the agreements that we are now under contract to satisfy, including, as you heard, this hard deadline next summer. That if we don't do a master plan, which is the specific legislation in front of us, that we could lose the site back to the federal government. So, again, we heard a robust input today, but also, we've heard some of these concerns now for many years. And I think that when we first discussed this bill, we agreed, right, with many of the citizens concerned, but that those kind of concerns weren't enshrined into the legislation. And now I think this amendment does that really very well. And I want to thank the administration too. I'll ask them to come up in a minute. about putting the intent and spirit of councils into language, even with shalls and shall nots, which is our strongest language, right? That like you cannot put these things, even in the blueprint or first design for the campus, which is all that's in front of us, right, for the 1.8 million. So I'll just read some of them in case you didn't have a chance, and I apologize because I did not email this to council members in advance, but I did try to have conversations with anyone who was interested in kind of the spirit of it. So the things that we heard before recess that are going on to this campus that I think citizens have really called for is that, yes, there will be classroom, training, storage for vehicles for EMS. This will be an EMS campus. And I know that that's really, really important to citizens. Yes, there will be classroom space, training space, storage space for our fire bureau. This will be a fire bureau campus. Animal care and control, which is not our canine units, but is literally part of public safety, where you have, we do spay and neuter collection services and services for wildlife through our animal bureau. This will be also campus for animal care and control. We heard, I think, that this is not only, we're not only under contract with DOJ for public safety, but also under, I don't want to say this incorrectly, I believe it's FEMA, for disaster relief. And thanks to Councilwoman Strasburger and some of our other public safety bureaus and our volunteer network, we've been learning how much better we need to be as the biggest city in Western Pennsylvania at disaster response. This will be an emergency response and disaster response campus. Right? There will be space for training, space for storage, space for equipment. Additionally, there will be space for our Department of Public Works, which has vehicles kind of willy-nilly in under-resourced facilities, some of which are very poor shape. So there will absolutely be space, storage, especially for vehicles, for our Department of Public Works. So this absolutely will also be a Department of Public Works facility. And then there are shall nots, which I really appreciate the administration and the solicitor helping us put into the language. There shall not be facilities to coordinate or co-locate with federal law enforcement. We will not pay for a plan to do that, right? This is not paying for a plan to do that. There shall not be accommodation, coordination, or training with agents of foreign militaries, intelligence services, or law enforcement agencies. There shall not be any simulated environment where the intended purpose is to replicate urban warfare or to train officers to navigate the city of Pittsburgh as urban environments as an occupying force. There shall not be any encouragement of interactions with residents outside of the principles of procedural justice, which we have debated separately and put into place. That includes the de-escalation training and so much robust input that many of my colleagues put in time and effort for years into place for the guidelines for our police officers in response to some of the concerns that we've heard from citizens. This was surprising to me in my community conversations over the last 2 months, but I want to thank my staff for finding a list of some 80 other public safety training facilities across the country, the smallest of which is only 25,000 square feet, and the largest of which is 800 acres, much, much bigger than ours, which is, I think, the state of Tennessee, where they do co-locate and co-response with federal law enforcement. So we are not doing that here. But one of the most appealing things that some municipalities are doing is actually allowing citizens access and use of the facilities. It is a community facility. And so we are asking in this site plan and design for this 1.8 million that it include, it's suggested to the greatest extent possible, community access to the facilities like the firing range, like the driving track, classrooms and other facilities, gym and fitness or what other athletic facilities are suggested to be on the site. It also, to the greatest extent possible, includes effective coordination with volunteer emergency preparedness groups, which right now are they are volunteer and kind of fending for themselves. And yet in a crisis, when we need to do search and rescue, or when we need to respond to flooding and respond to emergencies in the region, these are the volunteers that are filling in the gaps. So providing them space too. So this absolutely will be a space for those volunteer organizations. So this is, I think, touches on a lot of the things. I'll ask the administration to come up now. I hope that we have representation from bureaus here. So if you would like to join us and introduce yourselves. Aha, there you are. You're the other way. There you are. One up, and I would also ask the administration to talk about, because it isn't in the resolution, kind of the, as you introduce yourselves from the respective bureaus. I think we have Fire and EMS here today. Talk about your amount of space that you need, just because as we talk about this space, I want the public to understand. I think my staff calculated roughly, sometimes we talk in square feet and sometimes we talk in acres, and we've said it's like 60 usable acres out of the 160 or so acre site, because it's most of it's kind of really vertical hillside. And so there's a kind of campus on top that has the facilities. I think that's roughly like 2 million square feet, so it's like sometimes we're talking about square feet and sometimes we're talking about acres, so it's confusing in the math. But if you could introduce yourselves and then speak a little bit to the kind of facilities that your bureaus would be hoping to see there. Thank you.
Jake Pollack, Deputy Mayor and Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Lee Schmidt, Public Safety Director.
Daryl Jones, Chief of Pittsburgh Fire Bureau and Emergency Management Coordinator.
Paul Sable, the Division Chief with the Bureau of EMS.
I'll start at the biggest picture version of the question you asked, Councilwoman, and then others can fill in there's more specifics. Just to your point about the overall size of the campus and then the relationship between that and the footprint that we were imagining here. One, it is this level of study that would bring a more specific answer to the total amount of the usable space that it would take to house the set of uses we've identified. But we do know, one, as you mentioned, a significant portion of this real estate is steep hillside and not usable, right? So though there's the size of the overall parcel, but it's a subset of that can be used. And again, we anticipate that the amount actually used to construct facilities for public safety training would be smaller than that, and that there would be then an identifiable amount of additional space that we could explore further discussions about. So we don't anticipate utilizing the entirety or even perhaps the majority of the usable space there with this project. Again, that is subject to some of the things this study would assess, which is how existing buildings, their condition, and whether all or a portion of some of them could be retrofitted to meet these purposes, or whether demolition and new construction are necessary. But on to others about the more specific uses.
Kind of defer to the chiefs for each of their sections.
I will say, excuse me, that the Fire Bureau has outgrown the facility on Washington Boulevard. Back when I started this almost 4 decades ago, firefighting was just a job, and now it is a profession. And just like any other professional, there are minimum standards that need to be met. There are continuing education requirements to make sure that you meet those standards and that you maintain those standards. And the job has grown exponentially. We no longer just put water on fire. We have great risks and great threats that we're facing, and we've seen those here in the city of Pittsburgh. The pandemic, active shooter, active threat, management of disasters, you mentioned that. All of that is a part of what we do. A force multiplier for EMS on mass casualty incidents. All of this stuff requires training. All of it requires minimum standards. All of it requires an investment of resources to maintain the level of professionalism where we are. Right now, the Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire is an ISO Class 1 fire department, the highest class that you can get. Of the 40,000 plus fire departments in the country, less than 300 can claim to be an ISO Class 1. In order to maintain that, we have to meet minimum standards of training, minimum maintenance time with the equipment. All of this is needed. And the value of the ISO with that high rating is that your constituents pay less for fire insurance on their commercial property. That's what it comes from. So basic terms, right? If you have revenue minus cost is your profit. If your costs go down, you have the same revenue, your profits go up. That means Pittsburgh is a good place to do business. We need to maintain that. We just completed a review of the ISO. We maintained our Class 1. However, in order to continue to do that, we can't rest on our laurels. We have to continually grind it out and keep moving forward.
Thank you. Just as a reminder for citizens, how big is the Bureau? How many employees do we have?
We have 712.
712
Yes.
employees in the Fire Bureau.
That's uniform employees. That's not including the administrative staff.
How much more for administrative staff?
Probably about 12.
Okay, gotcha. That's a very small administration, actually,
I have to
relatively,
think
isn't it?
about that, yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, that actually is more than I recalled. I was going to say 600, but I think sometimes I confuse different departments and bureaus, so I appreciate it. And I understand that you're renting a mobile classroom now, so that's in addition to the current facility, I guess. Do you have a ballpark? Does anybody have the kind of like square foot ballpark of like classroom?
With things changing all the time, you're right. We are renting two double wide trailers to supplement our classroom space. They are in pretty poor shape. So we definitely need to do something about that. But I cannot
assume they're between 500 and 1,000 square feet each or something like that.
Maybe. I couldn't tell you. But whatever it is, and even then we're falling out of it. So our space is limited and we do require more.
And you would have equipment as well that would be stored here again, because it is a training campus, but it is also a consolidated kind of equipment campus.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
That would also benefit us, an area where we can store things like our SCBA, which is the air packs that we wear. Right now, they're squeezed into Station 3, which is kind of tight. If we had a more central area location, maybe even some of it can be used for warehousing facilities as well.
Thank you. Let's move on, I think. So may we...
Councilwoman, if I could just very briefly add one small point to something Chief Jones said. He very accurately pointed out that fire has outgrown their current facilities. I'll just also note that those facilities are also located on Washington Boulevard in the floodplain, and as part of a multi-phase effort to relocate all of our facilities out of that corridor in order to make the necessary space for an Army Corps of Engineers flood control project, it's part of a longer-term plan to do that as well. So I just wanted to note that.
Right, and since Washington Boulevard is the 842 sewer shed that killed 4 people in August of 2011.
Correct. So we have 2 primary facilities there, fire training and Zone 5 police. The fire training relocation envisioned here would be part of that solution. Zone 5 is not proposed to move to this site, but to another location, but I just wanted to note that.
Thank you, appreciate it. Do you want to chime in?
Sure.
Let's hear about EMS?
No problem. With it, echo a lot of the chief's sentiments here and words. When I started in EMS, 40 plus years ago, it was just really strictly taking care of the patients. It is involved. Pittsburgh EMS not only provides paramedic and EMTs, but we also do all the rescue. And this is where we have a lot of the problems. I mean, a lot of these specialized rescue training need special facilities to train, whether it's a vehicle rescue, whether it's some building where we're doing rope rescue, that a scaffold, or somebody on a scaffolding or rope is now stuck on the outside of the building. Those facilities aren't there. Specialized vehicle rescue, or river rescue, or flood response, training for flood response. The city doesn't have a pool that we can train folks in flood response or swift water rescue or divers. So we're going to alternate facilities, and again, working around those facilities, and whether it's a city school or the universities, we have to work on their schedules. And so it's really hard to try to get some of that training done. Again, specialized training with structural collapse or trench. I know we had one time we were able to use the site up the VA to dig a trench in there and do trench that training up there. But some other confined space training is maybe up at North Park, and so taking resources and assets out of the city to do some of the training there. It goes on. Elevator rescue. I mean, I can keep going on. There's not a really good site to train when somebody's stuck in an elevator, and trying to get that training to get there. So there's a lot of other things that we've branched off into. And again, whether it's hazmat, working with Bureau of Fire and Bureau of Police for certain calls, getting all three bureaus together to train together in some sort of facility that can simulate the training needs of everybody. For EMS, we've outgrown the buildings we're at. Currently, our main headquarters in Shadyside is in an old fire station. It's probably 125 years old. Our training division in the Strip District is in an old fire station that we've outgrown it. So the facilities that we currently use for both our administration and our training are woefully, don't meet the needs of what we are doing today. Also for vehicles, storing vehicles outside in the weather, spare vehicles, that just promotes more decay, rust, and we know the state of the vehicle fleet. So if we would have some sort of building that we could keep them out of the weather, and there's other specialized vehicles that we have that, just making space for that. And as the chief said, I mean, equipment and storage, warehousing supplies, storing of gear, we've outgrown that space. So again, some sort of centralized, warehousing facility for equipment and gear.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And again, any idea of like the square footage that you currently have or that you're hoping to gain here? And I ask that because clearly we just heard a lot of testimony that, the people who made time, a lot of people who made time in their day to come down here, don't trust us. And, they shouldn't necessarily, right? And so we're trying to enshrine as much of their concerns, right? Address as many of their concerns as we can, and enshrine it in what is now in front of us, which is just a $1.8 million, I say just, but a $1.8 million site plan. And so it helps, I think, for council members deliberating on this to know more about the proportional utilization of the space. I think that is what is being, some voices are calling upon us to do. Is this going to be a 99% police facility and 1% fire and EMS facility? So if we could talk a little bit about the space, it would be helpful.
Unfortunately, I don't have that information right now, but I can definitely get that together and provide it to council.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the chief was tied up with another meeting and just asked me to come down. So again, we can provide that to council, our current space that we have and what we're looking for the future.
Right, and so what we're hearing is like, it is, classroom space is training, but some of the facilities are training. When you're talking about a pool, you're talking about structural collapse, you're talking about elevator rescue, but then you're also talking about vehicles, gear, supplies that are really critical and are now scattered and cost. They're not all free in our current facilities, right? So there is an outlay annually of dollars for renting spaces that would be brought effectively in-house, is what I'm told.
Yeah, and if I can, again, we don't have the study finalized, we don't have the assessments done, but I can tell you based on my experience in public safety with police, fire, EMS, the sizes of the county's facilities, EMS and fire will be the good majority of the square footage or footprint up there. The amount of space they need to build a burn house, this amount of space they need to have trench rescue spaces, vehicle rescue spaces, to lay out 3 or 4 cars, tractor trailers, a bridge collapsed, a simulated bridge collapse, a tractor trailer rollover that we currently have, is very significant. Most of what police does is either in a gymnasium or in a classroom, outside of their firing range, which we're all quite familiar with. So the indoor firing range and then the classroom space. And the idea behind this is also not just how everybody trains, but public safety is, everybody talks about this is a public safety campus and then they relabel it Cop City. Public safety is not just police. Public safety, in fact, police make up less than all the other groups. Not combined, but they're not the full amount, they're not the majority of public safety. EMS, fire, animal care and control, the Office of Community Health and Safety, crossing guards, park rangers, my Stop the Violence folks, or the violence intervention folks. And we've all talked about this over the years, we're trying to reimagine what public safety looks like. A new campus that allows everyone to train together, to train alongside one another, will help to reimagine that.
Chief, if you don't mind me clarifying that one more time, because the amendment doesn't get that specific, because that's kind of what the contract is for, right? The architects will be working to drill down into what you just said. So where members and the public see like all bureaus, if I could just stick with that point you just made one more minute. So we have, I don't know the current count in the police bureau right now, because it does go up and down, but it's less than 1,000 total.
800 authorized. That's the number I have at the tip.
800 officers.
Correct.
Authorized in the budget currently.
Okay, 800.
700
Okay. And then we have, I wrote it down, but I know I've lost it in front of me. 712 in the fire bureau, plus some administration. And I didn't ask about EMS.
Roughly 200 people.
About 200
206, I think it
in
is.
EMS. So even just EMS and fire outnumber police officers. And then we haven't, and I don't think they're named, talked about the Office of Community Health and Safety and Stop the Violence, right? And again, as a reminder, council has allocated up $10 million a year now into Stop the Violence funds, and that includes paying for employees and the things that they need. So, and I'm not sure what Office of Community Health and Safety is up to now in terms of personnel.
Yeah, they're around 40 right now.
About 40 personnel in Office of Community Health and Safety, which includes almost 20 social workers. I've forgotten how many we're at. So
Yeah,
of the
we're
50,
getting close to there. Yeah.
close to 20 social workers. And then, which is new. I mean, 4 years ago, there was maybe 2 social workers, something like that.
Yeah.
Right. And so we have built up that capacity, and that will be co-located, is what I'm hearing you say.
For training. What we've really been pushing for, and we do it now, the social workers go over to police training facilities and train together. They train de-escalation. They do crisis response intervention training for people that are in mental health crises. They train our officers. Our officers train them on personal safety and awareness, so when social workers going into a situation, they're more aware of their surroundings and that sort of thing. And we try to do the same thing with fire and EMS. EMS doesn't solely do rescue on its own. There's times they need an aerial truck for fire. So right now we're very siloed with a lot of our training. We do as much as we can jointly, but we're out of space. And to send entire groups out to North Park is just not feasible for us. So as we start to reimagine public safety and realize how much public safety is involved, and when a crisis happens like flooding or a natural disaster, it's all hands on deck. That means I might need crossing guards to come out and help direct traffic around a flooded area, right? We need to make sure they're trained. We need to make sure.
I didn't ask about the number of crossing guards, but we should just have that in the record.
75.
75 crossing guards. Appreciate that. And we're happy to see that too. That number is up dramatically, if I'm not mistaken, in the last 5 years. And even probably in the last 10 years. It's been, there's always a desire for more crossing guards. I just like to give them a shout out every time.
Right. Yeah, so it is about bringing everyone together to train together, so then those cultures mesh, they understand one another better, and we modernize how public safety is, because public safety should be more than response. Public safety should be prevention, education. In the amendments you have proposed, I don't think any of us have a concern with being more transparent, trying to do whatever we can to allow the public to come up and expand our programs that we have, like Citizens Police Academy, Student Police Academy, our Cops and Kids program, the Girls Fire Camp. Many of those things we have to ask right now for in-kind services, because the fire camp is done at a church because we don't have room to run our fire academy simultaneous with the Girls Fire Camp. And to your point earlier, we do spend over $500,000 a year renting facilities and leasing facilities. A lot of it would be more if we didn't have good relationships with the universities and churches and other places to get classroom space, swimming pool space, etc. So when we talk about looking at this, we're looking at long-term effects of this. We need to stop. We don't want to rent space that's not even adequate for us. It's good enough for now, so that's what we're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to shift gears just a little bit to ask a question to the Deputy Mayor about, the amount that is budgeted. Because we heard testimony and concern, rightful concern, about the $86 million, which has been, cited as being in the budget. Deputy Pollack, is that in the 5-year capital budget?
That's correct. Those are anticipated out-year bond funds that would support construction based on our best guesses or available information absent this study. So I would expect those numbers to be revised significantly once we have further design. But as our practice, we wouldn't put something like this study into the budget without also forecasting, at least as best as we can tell for the moment, the out-year expenditures. I mentioned that they're bond funds to address something that we heard a lot in comment. These would be funds we would borrow and then repay over time because it's a capital expenditure, so they're not fungible with other uses like some of the direct operating expenses that folks have cited. It is simultaneously true, right, that we could spend up to $86 million on a capital project of this size, while at the same time not, being able to put that directly into operating.
Let me ask it a little differently.
Yeah.
I'd like you to just kind of try to succinctly explain what is the difference between the annual, the first year capital budget, right? The year one, when we vote. If you were a citizen and going on to the Office of Management and Budget website, which you should do, because every capital budget and operating budget back for at least 40 years, maybe longer, is linked there. I think you
Yeah.
go back to the 80s on that website. It's amazing.
You
It's
definitely
actually
get
a
into
great
the
way-
80s,
It's
yeah.
great. It's a great website. It's great to be able to just literally click through every budget of the city.
Mhm.
And so if you look at the 2025 capital budget,
Yes.
and you see that every capital project has like a 5-year
That's right.
projection, right? So that money actually isn't like, we're not voting on that money today, right? We're voting on like the idea of that money. It's
Yes.
explain, why do we do it like that?
It's a 1-year capital budget and then a total 6-year capital plan. The reason that we do it that way is council in their vote authorizes the capital expenditures for the immediate next year. So last year at the end of 2024, you authorized the capital plan for this year. You also authorize the next 5 years out as a projection of what would occur on the basis of the year you just authorized and the years we've just finished. And the reason that we do that is so that we can show over time how the expenditures that we make will have cascading effects, right? If we fund design for a project this year, we have to know that we could fund construction the next year. Otherwise, we'll have a design and no funds to build the building.
Okay,
right?
so I'm going to cut you off there.
Yep.
Because I want citizens to also understand that, unlike with the operating budget, we basically vote on it once a year. We can amend it for about 6 weeks. But the capital budget can be amended
Anytime.
every week of the year.
In fact, it usually
Every
is.
week of this year, exactly. If you continue to pay attention to city council, and I always point out to people that the most miraculous thing that we've done is to be on YouTube so that you can watch it at double speed and navigate forward or backwards more quickly and find things. That we do amend the capital budget nearly every week of our lives. So this is not this vote today is not committing those funds. This vote today is authorizing the expenditure of $1.8 million to satisfy the 2017 contract, I believe, that we signed with the Department of Justice and FEMA.
Department of Justice.
Did I say that correctly?
You stated correctly the facts. It's the Department of Justice and the General Services Administration, which
There was
manages
another
the
department.
real estate. FEMA may also have been a party,
Yeah.
but it's what I mean is I don't want to leave out GSA, which is the agency that manages federal government property. But yes, this vote would be to authorize a contract for the existing budgeted amount to do a study, not the out-year expenditures.
Right. I will also say, because I've said it before, that I would be in favor. I have read this before, almost every time. I feel like we've discussed, not really every time, because we've discussed a lot, but you've all heard me say, that back in 2017, city council didn't have the authority to do this, but the mayor's office did write the letter, not to Housing and Urban Development, not to the Department of Human Services or whatever the federal government's called, to ask for self-help housing or for homelessness assistance, but wrote the letter for the transfer, which is, each one is under a separate congressional act, and you have to do a separate thing, to the Department of Justice to ask, and to FEMA to ask for this campus to be sold to the city for $1 for these uses. And we are under contract to do this master plan. And that is just right there. You can just read it. I read it myself. It's just right there, plain English, in a paragraph that's like, the federal government can take this if you don't satisfy the requirements of this contract.
Correct.
And that's publicly available. But GSA.gov is pretty easy to find, and it has this public conveyance is the surplus real property available for public use. How do municipalities get federal property? Public health or educational uses, public parks, historic monuments, homelessness assistance, correctional institutions, port facilities, highways, wildlife conservation, self-help housing, which is my favorite, law enforcement and emergency management response, and negotiated sales to public agencies. And so, but each of those are have a different congressional act, and you have to do different things, and you can read it yourself. But even if we desire, and I think my first vote on this, I was qualified by hey, if we change our minds, can we appeal this use? And the answer at this table was yes, years ago. I'm still in support of that. But I also know that we don't have that option if we don't do what we need to do here today now.
Yeah.
That those options to appeal the use close, right? Because we will have lost control of the site. So it's nuanced. It's not what I think some of our people who came and took time out of their day and off of work and feel very strongly about this want to hear. But this is the way that, again, we've asked the questions. One of the things we didn't speak to right now, and then I'll open the floor because I know there are other members who have questions. I actually talked to members of the public who are more knowledgeable than I am about this General Services Administration, who work for federal government, and how to kind of pursue that. And I would ask your willingness to have those conversations, even if we move forward with this today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the reason I mentioned in my first answer about, on the basis of this study, identifying which portions of the site would not be utilized for this campus, is I think my understanding, and I think our strongest position in pursuing other GSA authorization for some of the other uses that you listed would be that we could move forward with this proposed use, understanding it would take a portion of the site. It would be a much stronger presentation to the federal government to say, we satisfied the terms of the original agreement, which was for public safety use, that used 50% of the available land, or 40 or 60. Again, we don't know the answer to that question, but that used some proportion. There is additional surplus property on the location that we are not using for our public safety training center. We'd like to pursue one of these other authorizations for that balance. I think we would be in the strongest position to secure federal approval for that if we remain in compliance with the terms of the original contract.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Another last item that I wanted to address, and again, I am eager to hear my colleagues' questions, is that I wrote a pretty strongly worded letter about choosing a different vendor than HDR. And we, because again, thank you to my staff for finding that they had used surveillance in order to push forward, is the way I really consider it, right? To push forward approval of some of their other projects in other cities. And to what I think, and this was some 4 or 5 years ago, the example that I read about, really silenced the public in those cities because they literally worked with like counterintelligence. They found opinion leaders and launched fake PR campaigns to silence the local citizens' voices. Really egregious, offensive work. So, can you speak to what happened after that request?
Yeah, sure. So that's one of the businesses or business lines that they have. We were not aware of that until you brought it to our attention. It is not something that we solicited as part of our proposal, and so not something that it's not something we solicited as part of our requests for proposals, and not a service they proposed to us as part of their response because we weren't asking for it. I gather that some other government agencies elsewhere in the country have done so, and that's where this business line arose from. But we're not proposing to enter into a contract with them for that. The authorization as proposed does not authorize us to enter a contract with them to utilize those services or that business team. And I believe the amendment that you've prepared and which we've reviewed and are supportive of more explicitly prohibits that from being a provision of the contract.
But did you inquire about choosing a different vendor?
Yes, we examined the other respondents who also responded to the request for proposals and have reason to believe that they can't adequately meet our needs. Unfortunately, Director Hornstein, who's most knowledgeable about that component, is out of the office with COVID today. I believe Deputy Director Crean is here and may be able to speak to that, but while I'm not the most knowledgeable about the specific details, we did re-examine the other respondents and have concerns about our ability to utilize them to produce a report that meets the needs of the federal contract.
And state law requires us to choose the most responsible
correct and
proposal, and so right.
Correct.
Right. So I'm sure there are other questions, but I thank you all all of you for your willingness over these many weeks to kind of help address the very real concerns. I don't want to discount any of the concerns that we've heard in public comment over these many weeks and years. I take them very seriously. And I would be supportive of pursuing other uses to this site. I believe that we are facing a deadline that we have to meet in order to keep that door open. And this is a difficult topic that has many sides. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next up, we have Councilman Coghill, followed by Councilman Mosley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, gentlemen, for all you do and, in your respective professions. You're a valuable, of course, needed asset for the city of Pittsburgh. I really just want to start. I feel really bad when people come down here and they speak and they say things like, we're building this to inflict violence. And, I feel bad that they don't trust us as stewards of the city of Pittsburgh and as their elected representatives. So, I don't know, where and how that's all formed, but nothing can be further from the truth, as we all know. I really want to thank Councilwoman Gross for working on the amendments to, I hope, quell their concerns or fears as to this site. But I will say the bottom line is that, this is a business decision. This piece of property is ideally situated for a combined public safety. And I want to emphasize public safety training center. Most of the speakers refer to it as Cop City, as it's just police. And as you well pointed out, Director, that's a tiny part of it. In fact, isn't it true that it's probably the least of our emergency bureaus that we really need the training for is the police? First and foremost, from what I understand, is EMS and fire. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I've said it before. Like, my priority is fire and EMS because of the state of their current facilities and the inadequacy. I think storage of equipment, training with other entities, as some folks have mentioned, the volunteer agencies, et cetera. Like, I just found out in the past week or so that the Red Cross, who we work very closely with, is going to be moving out of the city because the current location they're renting is too expensive. They've chosen to move out to O'Hara Township. Yeah. So those are things that we could look at. Could we provide them with some space? Can we train with them? Can we train with Salvation Army? All these other entities that come here, that's my focus. Like, my focus is all of public safety in the entire city. I think police do have training needs and facility needs, but they're not my highest priority. And I think that's where we need to really focus on. And even along those lines, as you mentioned, police take a very small footprint compared to those other entities because of the very unique ways they have to train with what they do with vehicles and tractor trailers and a lot of that stuff we can't do right now.
Yep. Thank you.
That prioritization, we hope can be reflected in recommendations for phasing. Now, again, we need this study in order to make informed choices about that, but it would be our hope that it will show us a path to focus on the construction of fire and EMS specific needs first, like a burn tower and some of the other things that Director Schmidt just mentioned. Again, we won't know until we have some of this assessment to tell us that, but to the extent possible, in the study results, we would look to focus on those as the earliest phases of construction because the need is the highest priority.
Absolutely. And I also want to be clear, a lot has been made as to the expense of this project. Yes, it's expensive. Yes, of course. However, I think it would be a monumental mistake for this council not to secure this property. And I do want to say it's a real fear in the neighborhoods that I represent, probably the highest immigrant population in the city of Pittsburgh, that if we were to give this, or if the federal government were to take this property back, it is a real fear. It's a real fear as to what this administration, this current administration at least, will do with that property. A detainee center, it's a real possibility, as we know. We see it all across the country. Almost every state is having, a facility like that. So that's a real fear for my community. I think the folks that live in my different neighborhoods, many different nationalities, have that real concern. Besides being just a good business decision for the city of Pittsburgh. And again, lots has been made as to the expense of this project. I would say, first I want to make clear, we cannot take any of this cash set forward. At least the 1.8 million is the only money that we would be committing to spend over the next 2 years, I guess, or year or so.
A calendar year would
Right.
fall into 2 fiscal years. That's why
Right.
it says 2 years.
Right. So for the people that were speaking to this, we cannot direct this money to PRT. We cannot direct this money to the school district. We have no authority and no say-so. And we really don't have that cash on hand when they talk about the $84 million. That's something that's, as you said, we're going to be phasing in bonds, in the way of bonds, over many, many years. And we do not have to take a $84 or $100 million bond out. We could do it once we secure this property and satisfy the federal government's, priorities. We can do that in piecemeal. We could start with whatever's most important, EMS or fire, build that facility, correct?
We could. Again, the assessment that we're here discussing today would provide the blueprint and the scope of possible options for construction phasing by assessing things like the viability of reutilizing some of the existing buildings, or what utilities do and don't exist on the site, and that will then inform all of the considerations that you mentioned.
Absolutely.
The $86 million figure is a responsible guess.
That's a guesstimation.
Based on the
Right.
existing information, that we would be irresponsible if we didn't include in the projections, because then it would create a hole in the future. But it will change both in amount and duration based on what comes back from this report.
And I also want to make clear, even after Councilwoman Gross's amendments that we're hopefully going to vote in today, there will be a public process no matter what we decide to build on that site, whether it be for police, fire, EMS, whatever it is, there will be a public process for the public, and anybody has concerns can come down to speak of, and there will be a plan laid out. Right now, it's hard to say what we're planning, because we have to assess this property first, right, and see what's feasible and what's not. So I just want the public to know that, there will be ample opportunity to comment on whatever we decide to build there, in whatever phase we do. There will be, I don't feel like there's going to be any backlash with fire EMS. I really don't. I think it comes with police for, maybe valid, I think mostly invalid concerns, honestly. So I don't expect a whole lot of backlash, but I just want the folks that came down to speak today to know that there will be a public process as to what we design and what we build, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all included in the 1.8 million. So this...
Yeah. Once this plan is produced, and this is spelled out explicitly in Councilwoman Gross's amendment, but would also have been part of a public. There would have been a public process regardless, although this adds additional protection and specificity. That assessment will be transmitted to council. There'll be further discussion here, as well as heading into design phase in the neighborhood and with all affected stakeholders, as there are on projects of this size and scale, typically.
And getting back to the expense of things, it's easy to look at the 1.8 million. I don't want to spend that money. I really don't. But in order to secure this land, this is a business decision that's best for the city of Pittsburgh. But if we really want to look at the out years as we budget 5 years in advance, maybe not 5 years in advance, but if we're budgeting 50 years in advance, this is going to be a major cost-saving facility for the city of Pittsburgh, first of all, because we're now renting, leasing in inadequate spaces, besides the big advantage of having all together, police, EMS, fire, who work together on many things and have to coordinate. To have them all in one spot is just, invaluable.
As Director Schmidt mentioned, on our lease with CCAC for police training facility space alone is $500,000 a year.
Yes.
So, so yes, that adds up quickly, and that does not take into account any of the other real estate, or as Chief Jones mentioned, trailers and other things that we're renting to maintain our current training system.
When we talk about a 100-year-old fire station, guess what? It's going to need refurbished if we're going to stay there, okay? And I don't even want to see the price tag on that. I really don't. I want to sell it, to be honest with you. So, not to mention, someday, and this has nothing to do with my decision, I will tell you, and I don't think it has anything to do with my other members' decision, is that we can actually turn a profit from this place someday as we rent North Park, as we send our training elsewhere and we lease other buildings. We can do that for surrounding municipalities, correct?
Our current plan would imagine meeting our training needs on the site, which would include collaboration and cooperation as dictated by our emergency response plans with adjacent municipalities and things like that. One of the biggest challenges that everyone faces, and Director Schmidt could probably speak to this more specifically than I can, is getting time at these facilities.
Absolutely, right.
So I imagine that we'll have it pretty well booked up,
We
right?
will
so I
book
wouldn't-
that thing solid.
Yes,
Yeah,
with our
absolutely.
own needs.
Absolutely.
Previous versions of the proposal had imagined, using it as an opportunity to generate revenue from other agencies. We're not.
That's
it's
a
not
bonus. If
it's
we
not
can do
currently
that
part
someday,
of the plan.
great.
But you're
Yeah.
correct in that would be some future council's decision to make. That's not what we're presenting right now.
Right. I agree. Okay. That's probably it for me. You answered pretty much all the questions that I had through your, opening statements. Again, I want to thank Councilwoman Gross. I want to thank you for working on those amendments. I think they were very important for the public's sake. And I want everybody to know we're an open city. We're transparent as can be. People can come watch us train as far as I'm concerned. There's nothing there other than good public safety, responsible things that we're doing for the residents of the city of Pittsburgh. So appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all you do. And that's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up is Councilman Mosley, followed by Councilwoman Cale Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Director Schmidt, Chief Jones, Chief Sable. Thank you so much, for being here today. I just want to start with just a brief comment before I get into my questions. I know first I want to thank everyone who's come multiple weeks to participate, in the spirit of democracy and making sure they got their voice heard. We definitely take what everyone has said seriously. And I think, the question was asked, why are we here? Why are we, keep coming back is because of the level of seriousness that we take this issue. I have, concerns as I learn more and more, about the project, as well as listen to the valid concerns that it came from the public. My level of concern, increased. And one of the reasons, why we're here today is because, we wanted to be very deliberative in the process. And it's only because we take, the feedback that we've gotten from the community so serious is why we're here today. And I want to thank Councilwoman Gross, who I've been, really following her lead on this because she was here on council when this first came up in 2017, 2018, and was in staunch opposition to it. So I think she brings a very unique perspective that's very helpful for me on a project that's in my district, but very close to the District 9, District 7 border. So there's obviously, a lot of interest among her constituents, and they're impacted, particularly, by the outside gun range that's in my district, which disproportionately negatively impacts actually constituents, in her district. And I also just want to, just share, if I can, a little bit of personal background about myself. I truly appreciate the history lessons as a student of history. I really appreciate the many history lessons that we got from so many passionate speakers, and, want to share a little bit of my personal history. Twice during my teenage years growing up on the north side, I had Pittsburgh police officers put guns to me. At one time, put a gun to my head when I was 16 years old on West North Avenue, walking to the pizza shop with 5 of my friends. And I have 5 very close friends who are still with us that can share that story. I have 2 friends that can share a story about when I was walking across the football field in West Park and 20 police officers misidentified us for 3 grown men in our 30s and pulled out 30 guns on us. Or I can share the story of 2019 when me and my wife were wrongfully arrested and persecuted in the city of Detroit, which I'm sure you all saw on the news because it was one of the biggest stories in the city. So I am well aware and have been a victim of police misconduct. And I'm a staunch critic of police misconduct. But also in my role, I have to work with the police when my constituents call for police protection and police coverage of communities. So I'm well aware, and I appreciate folks sharing those stories, and I want to take opportunity to share my personal history. I know, I was on TV in handcuffs, and I'm sure everybody in this room and at this table saw it because my wife was the county controller at the time, and it was the biggest news story in the city, besides Antoine Rose and Antonio Brown. And actually there's a Hines report that substantiates that claim. So, I think, for us to get, to a place where we can support this, I think, we all need to, think in a frame of how do we change this narrative, from a cop city to a safety city. And I think we have to be able to substantiate and be able to, communicate and articulate, how this is actually a safety city and not a cop city. So I thank you, for allowing me to share a little bit of my personal background as I go into my line of questioning. My understanding, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that if there is any flexibility in this contract, it will exist after the submission, of the master plan. I know you talked a little bit, about it, but you could just, elaborate a little bit more, and, essentially we don't necessarily need to build anything to secure long-term ownership over the property. We just need to submit the master plan. Is that correct?
That's the next deadline and the next gating issue that could result in it being returned to the federal government. So that's the next deadline we face, right? We need to meet that deadline in May of 2026 in order to not have violated a provision of the contract that would result in the federal government having the ability to take the land back. Eventually, to remain in compliance with the terms of the existing contract, we have to utilize the site or a portion of the site for a public safety use, right? And the training is the use that we've identified as the one that makes sense. So to not build anything would require renegotiation of the existing contract. I think our ability to do so, having not met the threshold requirement of producing a study, is fairly limited. I think the federal government would not have much reason to engage in a negotiation with us about a repurposing at that point, given how long we've had it, and from what their perspective would look like, how little progress we've made. I think I've identified sort of two paths from there. One is, we could, on the basis that I proceed with a public safety use, which I think we can reasonably say is unlikely to utilize all of the usable footprint of the site. And then if we have, in building something, satisfied our existing contract with GSA, and there is additional surplus property, that will put us in the strongest position to approach them and then say, of the remainder of the site, we'd like to build something under one of these other classifications and seek an amendment to the contract to add that. Alternatively, in the direction I think of your question, if as a result of the study we determine the public safety training facility not feasible and present that information with a study demonstrating why that is true, again, we would be in better stead to negotiate some other use. I think we have the least possible likelihood of having a renegotiation entertained by the federal government if we don't show our work.
Absolutely, yeah. And my next question is, after, weeks of very passionate testimony, as well as not only the institutional knowledge that Councilwoman Gross brings, but also her passion about this particular, issue, and working in conjunction with the District 7 office around the amendments, Mr. Deputy Mayor, could you speak to, just from your perspective, of how do you think the current amendments address concerns that have been raised over the past few months?
Sure. I mean, I think that the amendments are consistent with our intent for the plan that will be produced. When we first appeared here to speak to to request authorization here, we included as an attachment to that legislation the list of uses we were asking the consultant to assess and prepare a master plan for. There was an understandable desire to memorialize those sort of protections or limitations on the scope of the study beyond just that list of uses, but to explicitly, as the amendments do, establish what shall be part of the assessment and what shall not. And then in the course, I think, of that work, some additional substantive questions about, to the greatest extent possible, assessing the public access to various portions of the site were identified. But everything in the proposed amendments are consistent with our intent from the outset, or are new ideas that came up in that intervening period that we're fully supportive of. So we're supportive of the proposed amendment. We don't believe it prevents us from doing any of the things necessary to produce a study that will further the goal of retaining control of the site. And we think they're consistent with the desires we've heard from the public.
Thank you. And my next question is just about section 3C, and the top line, it says the master plan shall, to the greatest extent possible, allow for community access to the site and facilities. This is something that's extremely important to me, and the councilwoman have talked at length. I would love to see just it say the master plan shall allow for. Can you just speak to specificity of why, to the greatest extent possible, need to be written, and then what can we do, moving forward to really nudge, the consultant to say, design something that the public can actually have access to the best degree that we can do that.
It's important, I think, there to keep in mind what this assessment is, which is a feasibility study of the configuration of uses and the infrastructure to support them. Portions of this site will have to remain secure based on criminal justice information in the classrooms, for example, or the ability to access and display it. And then that in turn, right, in order to figure out how public access could be provided to certain portions of the site, we have to then also ensure that those things that are not safe for public engagement, like sensitive information or sensitive facilities, ammunition, equipment, their physical safety, have to also be controlled. And I can't say without a site assessment how we would ensure the safety of the public in accessing portions of the site without knowing how the site will be laid out. So that's why we're asking them to look at layouts with the greatest extent possible public access being an option, but that is in fact one of the questions we need them to answer. Lee, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I was just going to state, even beyond the police side, there's the fire EMS side. If we have an open trench for trench rescue, we don't want to not have that be a training and have them actually fall into the trench, right? So we have to make sure the site's secure. Myself, I've gone to different cities, LA being one of them. Their public safety campus or their police campus is open to the public. You can use the walking trails, the hiking trails, the running tracks, things that make sense to be public. I think we should keep public. And I think that would be the discussion we all would have with the consultants as they develop this, that I would like it to be an area that the public can use as an outdoor hiking facility, which is where we condition and train firefighters and medics and police officers, that the public can also join them for drills or everything as they can. So
I would actually encourage us to think of, to the greatest extent possible, as being a push, not to take an easy out of it's difficult to lay it out in a way that the public could get there, so we're going to say this is in the non-public area. It's actually an affirmative directive to not stop there, but to say, well, are there measures we could put in place to get public access to the furthest reaches of the site?
And when it comes to the Bureau of Police, I think we spoke, with specificity about obviously, the public's, interest in seeing the focus on EMS and fire. You've all, spoken at length, about that as well. So with the primary use, as far as the Police Bureau is concerned, would it be classrooms? Is that like kind of the top priority? Like in any initial phase or anything like that of anything that would potentially be built for the Bureau, with the initial focus would be classrooms because of the $500,000 annual cost for classrooms over at CCAC?
Yeah, I think it would be. I mean, in previously, what is currently, it is still housed by police slightly, but at one point the location on Washington Boulevard was the police academy and fire academy. As those two bureaus grew and as training requirements grew, they could no longer be co-located there because there was just not enough room. Police still have a small footprint there. That's where the Canine Academy is. That's where some of the storage is, but the majority of it is now fire. Similarly here, I think we would be building, a classroom building that would be able to be used by all the bureaus. We're not looking like fire is going to have their own building, EMS, police. It would be joint training. And then the first priority would be to get out of the expense that we're paying to rent a facility. So that would be the most logical thing, would be the CCAC site, which is the classroom facility there, which is the old VAC building, and then a small gymnasium that we have there That's what we rent from CCAC. That would be when we get to the police phase of it, the priority would make the most sense to use that first before we do anything else police-wise.
Another way to think of it is, police-specific training needs, irrespective of phasing, are firearms training and the K-9 units. Everything else that they need are things that the other bureaus need as well: classrooms, vehicle training space, fitness space. So the police-specific needs would fit into the multi-bureau, multi-use phases of this work, apart from the firing range and the K-9 specific uses. Whereas, as Director Schmidt mentioned earlier, there are, I would say, more intensive bureau-specific uses on the EMS and fire end of things when we're talking about burn towers, burn houses, and some of the rescue requirements for the EMS.
Thank you. Now, this question, is for Director Schmidt, because one of the comments you made really piqued my interest when you talked about, kind of a reimagined public safety, ecosystem. And there was definitely multiple comments, from the public around, increased investment in social workers and many of the stuff that we have made historic investments in, over the last few years. Can you just speak to, in your mind, how potentially the development of this campus, could actually spawn new investment, in more social workers in support of the violence interrupter organizations that are part of the Stop the Violence ecosystem, and actually, if you could talk about from your perspective, if you think this is true, that how the development of, this public safety training center could actually be a catalyst for further investment, in that type of reimagined public safety ecosystem.
Yeah, I think a big portion of it, I'm lucky enough to have the Office of Community Health and Safety and Office of Community Services and Violence Prevention under public safety, and it's because I do believe public safety should be focused on just that, safety of everybody. And those groups are both very new, right? So when our training facilities that we have that are, been used for 50 plus years, were built, that none of that existed in public safety. So it was very much, more recent. So I don't have training facilities for my social workers. I barely have office space for them right now. Same with the violence prevention and the REACH team. Like, we rent space for them to have their weekly meetings because there's nowhere, we don't have a meeting space big enough to hold them. Even when we do joint training with social workers or just the social work training they do, we have to go to churches, we reach out to council members, we work with PNC Bank when downtown, or we work with university, try to get a classroom space for them to do their training in their group. And as we start to develop those programs, we're going to need more. If we get to the point where we have 20, 30, 50 social workers because we have a 24-hour or 24/7 social work team, we're going to need a space for them to be trained that they feel like they're not a third wheel, right? So including them in this process, including that future vision, helps them feel like they're part of the team, not just this afterthought that's out there, not getting the same facilities or same recognition as their peers in public safety. So again, and we want them to train alongside each other, because the only way to change a culture is to combine it with another culture that's a little different, right? That's what happened with Freedom House. Mm-hmm. When police used to be the people that took people to the hospital, and then Freedom House developed and they realized there's a better way to do this, and then that created Pittsburgh EMS, and fire is the same way. Like, over the years, in order to develop something, you have to give it the respect and focus it deserves. And right now, I don't think we're doing that because we don't have that space for them, and we don't treat them as equals necessarily. But the only way they're going to get that is if they are getting trained. They have their own facilities. They have, or at least equivalent shared facilities, and they're training alongside those folks that they work with every day. We have social workers assigned to fire. We have social workers assigned to EMS, and we have social workers assigned to police. and they see what their peers get, and that right now they're not getting that. Same with the Office of Community Health or Community Services Violence Prevention, the REACH team. They have to beg, borrow, and steal to find space to do things, to have meetings. They don't like we could provide them with meeting space down here sometimes, but then they got to pay $20 a park, right? So we need to have spaces where there's ample things that we could have, conferences that we can bring outside entities that do this to learn from. And I think that's why this study is important, to make sure everybody's voice is included and their needs are heard. So we don't just have it be, we're going to take what we do now and just plug it up there. It needs to be focused on the future, not on what we do right now.
Thank you. I just got a couple more questions. Thank you all for indulging me. My next question is for Chief Jones. Being that we, have spoken at length about the priority for, EMS, and fire, given, what happened, early this summer with the storm. We know, in a former life, much like Madam Chair, I worked in the environmental world and in environmental justice and sustainability. So I'm very much aware of the impact of extreme weather events increasing more and more in this part of the country. Given your dual role around disaster response, and fire, do you see this disaster response as something as part of the first phase? Of this development, and how do you see the disaster response jiving with, fire and in the development of the early phases of this proposal?
To answer to your question, Councilman, yes, I do see disaster response as part of the first phase. The disaster response is above and beyond the routine responses that we do every day. The routine ones, we call them high risk, high frequency, fires like what we have, single family dwellings, someone having chest pain, fender bender accident, that kind of stuff like that. The other ones are the high risk, low frequency, like the storm that we had this past April, the bridge collapse and things like that we have to go through. Emergency management is a big part of that, to coordinate, making sure that everybody's playing in the sandbox together, that we're working good with outside organizations, those outside the city, county level organizations, state, private organizations, and what we call the BOAS, volunteer organizations that's aiding in disaster, like the Red Cross and the Salvation Army. So all of this is going to be needed at that initial level of making sure that we respond to and recover from the incident and move on to the new normal as soon as we can. In order to do that, we have to have resiliency built into our communities, and that's part of what we're trying to do in emergency management now, by making first our people resilient, and then if you have resilient households, you then have resilient communities, and you end up with a resilient city. So it starts at the grassroots level, and like I stated previously, yes, that would be one of the things that's in the early phases.
Thank you. Thank you. For my caucus, I'd like to request an interrogatory. Yeah, I just would like to, ask Councilwoman. I know, you've done yeoman's work, on this for the past, couple months, and I know, if I'm not mistaken, you also have reached out and worked with, organizations that had concerns. If you're comfortable, can you speak, to some degree about like some of that engagement that has gone on? Because I know. Some of the input and the feedback that went into these amendments, came directly from constituencies and organizations and activists who, shared, very serious concerns about this.
I'm not even sure I can name all of the things. They were Zoom meetings, and I wasn't necessarily sure everybody was identifying themselves on the kind of input, but I do want to thank one of my constituents, Cassandra Masters, who coordinated a lot of it. And she, I think, did it as a numerous hats that she wears. And so I don't want to name, she's a Democratic committee woman, for example, in my district. But I'm not sure that there was actual organizational endorsements or anything like that on the plan. So I would say I probably heard from about 20 or more people who probably joined in on various different calls that she organized. And I will say that I know there were representatives from some of the volunteer disaster relief organizations that do some of the search and rescue stuff. And I think that's important, and I mentioned it before in my comments, but that it's a dual commitment for the site, for both public safety and emergency response, which sometimes I call disaster relief. But and so that I think we're 2 federal agencies that we're obligated to in the contract. So it's both the Department of Justice and I think it's FEMA. As well as GSA being the General Services Administration. I'm getting a nod from our council budget director, so I appreciate that. And again, I've made all of these, all of the public documents that I've received from the administration, thank you, because they're easier to find all in one place than they are hunting and pecking over numerous years in the city controller site. So we're happy to kind of share that link. We put it in a publicly facing Google Drive because it's easier than OneDrive. So it's more accessible to more people. So I want to appreciate the administration actually helped us do the legal writing, but so we sent to them a memo of kind of like all of that input I collected. And I do think almost every single suggestion I got is reflected here in some section of the shalls or the shall nots or the, shall to the best of the ability, which is we've, discussed already here at the table. In those sections. I do think we maybe forgot to mention one section which was also very important to people is that we continue to have public input built into the process. And so also in the amendments, it says that City Council can continue to have public hearings, especially once we get this document back. Again, we're expecting a document back that talks about the infrastructure of the site, the existing facilities, how to adapt the facilities. This is basically not exactly a blueprint, but a kind of scope of assessment and inventory and suggestions. And that we should hold a public hearing when we get it back, right? And to see, so we can look and see like, okay, here's what we asked for. What is this deliverable that we got? And where is the public kind of reaction to it? And again, since we're literally talking now about future years and maybe future city councils and future mayoral administrations, I think it's really important to continue to check in. And I just want to reemphasize that like even the discussion that we're having today about enshrining the concerns that we've heard from the public into this approval for $1.8 million and approving this $1.8 million, we need to continue to solicit public input moving forward, and so do future city councils. So, because this is a very long-term project and a long-term concept.
Thank you, Councilwoman. That exhausts all my questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cale Smith.
Thank you. So now for the fun. No, just kidding. Just kidding. First, I do want to thank Councilwoman Gross for working with Councilman Coghill over the amendments and trying to make this more palatable for everyone. But I do have some concerns. Again, most of mine is actually involving I think it's number B or letter B amendment, and where you talk about the master plan shall exclude the following facilities and uses from planning. Facilities to accommodate coordination or collection with the federal law, enforcement agencies, where use and access would not be governed by a separate authorized agreement. So I'm just wondering how we can legally are we able to even put that in there? I mean, how do we enforce it? Because it's their building, and how do we supersede federal law? So I'm just wondering.
Presently, it's our building. So what my understanding of the intent and effect of the amendment to be would be that the plans cannot anticipate, for example, the co-location of an office for the U.S. Marshal Service or Immigration and Customs Enforcement, any of those agencies alongside us, which is not, one, not our intent, and thus something we're very comfortable being included in the provision. But two,
Did we have that all checked by the law department? That's what I want to make sure. Did the law department look at this all and approve this all and say it was okay? Everything was okay?
My understanding, yes. But the point being, we're talking about what we would design on a site for ourselves, right? As the language states, if a collaboration is authorized by a separate agreement, that's a different question, and those types of joint engagements typically would require a separate agreement anyway. So we're talking about building something for Pittsburgh public safety personnel on land that we own, right? And for that reason, we don't have to anticipate leasing or subdividing or providing space to anyone else.
Okay, so I might abstain today just so I get something in from law saying this is all, that they've looked over this and sign off on it all. And then when we talk about the REACH program, right now our REACH people need space. So I think it's great that you're considering them for future use, but what are we doing right now to get them space? In Sheridan, they need space. They need space right now. There's a lot of things happening there, a lot of issues, a lot of tension, and I think they're trying so hard to pause some of the things that are happening there. And I have seen them. They've come to events. They're at meetings. They're at the schools, but they need a space. And Langley's not the space because you have to come through there with metal detectors and you have to get permits and all that other stuff. So we need a space right now. Could you help me with that at all?
Yeah, I mean, we have had some discussions with them. We do have a space for them downtown by a local business owner who's willing to open their doors up. Those are the kind of things we've been having to do right now.
But can I just say that's great for downtown, but they need it in Sheridan,
No,
where they're having the issues. And there are so many spaces available. There are spaces. So I'd like to. We even have the Parks facility building, the Parks building, the caretaker building in Sheridan that's empty. Yeah. So I don't know why we can't open that up, fix it up a little bit, get it ready for them, let them use that building.
Yeah, we have started
immediately
to do that in a few places. So as
Could you look into that
we
for
can
me?
talk to you
Okay.
for that. And that contract is actually currently up for RFP. That's renewal. So we'll be looking to include some more of that spaces in each of the communities they serve rather than just single location with their master, whoever ends up as the
Hey, when I
holder of
first
that
got elected, I
contract.
couldn't get Elliot to come to Sheridan. I'm certainly not going to be able to get people to come downtown to, when they're so angry right now. But I'm happy to say that's all changed over the years. But anyway, the previous plans included headquarters, police headquarters, and heavy equipment. Is this facility possible to include in this new plan?
Not police headquarters. We have now option to purchase the existing police headquarters, which was not true at the time and why it was included in the previous version. Also, not the heavy equipment division of DPW. I believe that was frankly always slightly stretching the parameters of the public safety nature of the plan. We do have facilities to accommodate we do have in the proposal assessment of facilities to accommodate the vehicle needs, like storage of the vehicles needed by public safety. But so those two are not included. Administrative space for fire and EMS, which have both much smaller headquarters staff and are in buildings that are in much worse shape than police headquarters, is on the list. That's not a top priority per se, not as high a priority, I should say, as some of the urgent training needs like the burn tower and things like that, but that is on the list for evaluation.
And then the last thing two things I would like to say is I'm glad that social workers will also be included. I'd like to see them more often in the evenings and on the weekends in the communities. REACH is always at our events. I almost never see the social workers there. So it'd be nice to see them in district, even though I know they don't do a lot of work in District 2. There's a lot of need there. And so I'd like to see them over there a little bit. And having them trained would be amazing to work along with everyone. I actually think that's it for me. Yep, that's it. That's it for me. I think. I don't know. I could go on, but I really don't want to hold it up is what I want to say. I don't want to hold it up. And I do want to say that this actually did start back with Chief Jones and Chief Harper at the time, who came up with the idea, and that's why we put it in the Act 47 plan at the time, because you wanted a comprehensive training facility. But I don't think it was anything as elaborate as this, and so I'm actually kind of frustrated because I feel like there's so many things we could be spending our money on. I mean, I don't disagree with some of the things that people said about using the money for, helping people in the community right now, because that need is so significant. And, but it was such a smaller scale that I was okay with it before. And now it's so big, I'm overwhelmed with it, and I'm not really sure how I'm going to vote in the end. I'm thinking about it every day, and I hear what everybody says about, concerns. And I'm a big supporter of our police, so I'm not going to say anything. It's not about the police for me. I'm supportive of all of our public safety. I think we have an amazing team of public safety because they do train. But I think that how you train, you and I talked about this, Director, is important. We want to make sure that they're trained in the way that we want our officers to represent us out in the public. So for me, I have, it's not about the police, but it's the overall cost and the vastness of the facility.
I do just want to note, because you mentioned it, Councilwoman, one misconception I think that was came up a lot in the public comment. The $86 million that would be spent on construction, at least as we currently have it in the out-year plans, would be capital bond dollars. So it's not money we have in hand. It's not money. We couldn't borrow money to pay for some of the types of supports that folks were identifying. So it's not a one-to-one. It's not that if we don't spend it on this, then we could spend it on food supports or things like that, because those are not eligible bond uses. So it's only if we are proceeding with a construction project could we then sell the bonds to pay for the project. And so we wouldn't have $86 million to spend on those other things if we didn't do this. I just want to make that clear.
So while you're talking about all that, what I'd like to see as part of this is some type of a resource center for the community in the facility where, people can come and have, if they're court ordered for, some kind of type of service. Sister Mary for Save a Life Today, her program in the Parent Place has a 12-week course that was written by Reverend Burgess. And it's a 12-week course that talks about how people can make sure that their kids are safe, they're not getting into trouble, what you can do, and how, social workers work with parents on how to be the parent that your kid needs. And so I would love to see that as part of this facility, that you're not just doing this training, our employees, but you're helping parents and really truly helping kids have a safer life at home and on the streets. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council Member Warwick.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to address the speakers who came out, but I understand it's a long meeting and folks have to leave. For the speakers who came out around this, a lot of very deep feelings and important issues are raised. And these days, I know there's some of you are still here, so I'm glad that those of you are still here. These are very, and I want, just as council members, I think we do appreciate, but I think it's worth saying, right? These are terrifying days that the public is living in right now, right? What we are seeing in social media, what we are seeing in the world, I mean, like day is night and night is day. I mean, it is nuts what we are seeing. There is zero trust in government. Zero. And that is exacerbated by the media, by social media, right? It is, so I do want to have some grace with the folks who come down here and who just are beside themselves, you know what I mean, at the idea that Pittsburgh would even entertain the idea of one of these like Atlanta-style cop city tactical, and given the turmoil and given the media landscape, which, and I have to say, I feel like our media is failing us right now, right? Like, and whether it's that they're understaffed or whether they're doing it on purpose, right? As some, and I think it's both, right? I think it's both. we do not have the type of in-depth journalism, especially here in Pittsburgh, like at the local level, where the basic information is getting out there to the public that they need to understand, because people can't, nobody's watching these I mean, yes, they're televised, right? But nobody's watching city council meetings. I mean, unless you're like in the hospital with a broken leg and it happens to be on TV, right? So I don't want to say nobody, maybe a few people, but so there is certainly some organizing. I will say I've been to enough of these big pushes, right, with public comment, that there is some organizing that happened and has been happening around these bills. And here, and a lot of us I know I certainly do, we rely on our organizers here in government to work with the people and sort of get them the information that they need about the bills that we're, about the topics that we're talking about. So just on that note, I do want to point out just a few things for the speakers. Just a couple things, because I do think there is a little bit of misinformation that, and it's understandable, because this is, the first is that the Pittsburgh public school budget is, in the ballpark of $750 million. And the PRT budget is in the ballpark of, I'm just going to say, $730 million. And the city of Pittsburgh budget, correct me here, is in the ballpark of 780. Yeah, if you combine operating and capital.
Thank you. Round numbers, $680 million this year in operating funds, $120 million in capital.
Okay, so just to clarify, right? And I hear people when you're saying our transit system is being defunded. It is important, though, for the public to understand that the PRT budget is not the city budget. These are two separate budgets. It is the state that is, right? It is, I mean, again, this is just for basic, and the PPS budget, like, we don't have a seat on the PPS board. The city council does not have a seat on the we can influence, right? We can talk to people and call and do what we can.
Maybe that should be our swap.
We don't have a seat on the PRT board either. Okay, I just want to clarify just a few things. Now, back in 2017, and I was not on council at the time, and it's, it was a different council at the time, but, when this idea of this, like, tactical village came up, Councilwoman Gross was, I believe, the member, and this is before we ever was even talking about Cop City, even right? Councilwoman Gross was the one who was like, hey, this sounds problematic. And so over the past couple of months, with these amendments, which you still need to motion for, I think. Yeah, you still need to. She is stopping this from being the Cop City that was originally proposed in 2017 with these amendments. She is ensuring that this is not a tactical village for police, but that it is a public safety training facility with a core focus on fire and EMS, so that our public safety folks can come together and work together and do all these things that we need, right, from a public safety perspective. Now, as far as, should it have been housing, should it have been, I mean, that unfortunately was a different discussion for a different time, but this is the discussion, this is the decision that we're having now. So I really want to commend Councilwoman Gross for doing this work, again, together with the folks who are on the front lines in fighting ICE, who are on the front lines in, opposing police brutality, who are on the front lines in doing all of this work. Those are the folks who she worked with to write these amendments. And that's important that the folks who came out today, it's important for them to understand that. One thing I would say, and I think might be useful, we do have, when you register to speak, we do have an email list, and I think it might be a useful endeavor, maybe, I don't want to speak for the councilwoman, but, have a town hall, right? And we invite that list to actually talk about this, where it's not this kind of, I stand up and I have 3 minutes and, every council members just sit stone-faced and listen, right? So I think that might be helpful, because I want to engage this energy that we saw today, because we need it. We need this energy. We need these young people coming out and standing up for our communities, for our immigrants, for our low-income folks, for our folks who need affordable housing, for our unhoused folks. I mean, we need that energy, but we also, and this is, is more of a comment on the progressive movement overall, we need that energy to be focused. And there are places where it is focused. We have seen that, right? We do have very good organizing happening around all of these issues. And so I want to figure out a way to include the folks who were here today in that. So that's sort of one part. The other part, and this is, take off my, I do want to talk about the money. Not so much the 86 million, because this is I'm a little skeptical that we are going to have this money in the immediate term to build this facility as much as we may need it. And obviously, if we had all the money in the world, we could start work on it immediately. And this is more of a general, and I'm going to support it, but I still want to say it. We spend a lot of money on planning in this city. We spend a lot of money. We have a whole department dedicated to planning, yet we contract out millions and millions of dollars to create plans for the city, and plans that we need. I don't want to say we don't need them. We do, right? You can't do a giant facility like this without a plan ahead of time to do it. But, to be, I guess I have a question for, is in the RFP process when we do these things, I just worry a lot at the government level that, these sort of, these consulting agencies sort of see the government coming and think, oh, great, here's an RFP. Let's throw out some numbers and see where we get. And and I understand that when you build a building, for example, you have an estimate, right? We have in-house people, at DPW who kind of know what a building is supposed to cost and whatnot, you know what I mean? So we kind of know what to expect when we go out to RFP. Do we ever put like a cap on a plan? Like if we go out to an RFP, like say, hey, we are thinking about spending, our max budget is X. Like if I want to buy something big, I'm like, okay, well, this is what I'm going to spend before I even investigate.
Yeah, we have frequently, whether it's planning, design, or construction, if we've gotten cost proposals back via an RFP that are more than the budgeted amount and more than we think we can identify, either more than we think is reasonable or more than we have available funds to utilize, we have stopped projects at that point. That would be the mechanism there. We don't award a contract and we have to go back to the drawing board. So that happens. There are also instances where the lowest bid is higher than the budgeted amount and we look for resources elsewhere in the budget. That's what is behind many of the capital budget amendments that come before you at this table. So it's a combination of those factors. In terms of a maximum, obviously the initial maximum is the budgeted amount, and if the proposals come back higher than that, the proposals themselves include a statement of values. They include documentation that supports the amount that they've proposed based on anticipated hours of work necessary at the different pay grades of the personnel that are conducting the work to add up to the total figure. So it's not just a big sticker number. There is material that supports that determination. Just to your point about city planning, despite using the same word, these are vastly different areas of professional expertise or practice or even certification. City planners, which are the type of people that we employ, develop things like zoning regulations, or it's closer to architecture to the extent that it's part of any other discipline that we hire services for. The types of planning we're talking about here is much more akin to engineering, of which we have some but very few in-house. And so this is not a plan, this is not a type of assessment that we have the capacity, or I can foresee a day where we will have the capacity to do in-house.
I mean, I think that that's something that we should be looking. I mean, I've seen enough of these come through that where this is a lot of money. I mean, I know right now I am looking for money for just some trucks so that I can get snow off the ground, right? And so to see $2 million, to approve $2 million to make a plan for something that we may, that we may or may not even be able to build, have the capacity to build in the next few years is very difficult as a council person who's in charge of the finances of this city. So I don't know. I'm just going to put that out there. I am going to support this because I recognize that we're in a bind. It would have been nice to have this conversation, I think, maybe a year ago. It seems like this has been, you know what I mean? Feels like we're right up against the deadline to get this done, and I feel like we see that a lot. Maybe that's just the nature of.
If I may, Councilwoman, respectfully, we proposed this in 2023 for the 2024 budget, so that we would be having this conversation a year further out from the deadline. It was removed via council amendment, so we weren't able to move on it in 2024. We proposed it again at the end of 2024 to get it into this year's budget. So we're feeling the time crunch as well. We would have preferred to have started a year sooner as well.
Okay, all right. Well, I was not aware of that, so that's good to know. At any rate, okay, I'll leave it at that. I do, again, but primarily I want to thank Councilwoman Gross for all your work on this. And I want to thank everybody for coming out and making it clear that we do not want some kind of cop city tactical village like they have in Atlanta here in Pittsburgh. And the councilwoman has done an incredible amount of work to make sure that that is not what we are going to, we are not going to see that in this plan. So, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I have something short to say. I don't see any other hands. I would urge us to, unless there's anything else burning out there, any other points or questions that have not been asked, not been made, that we then move on after I say something briefly to the motion to amend and continue on with this agenda. We've had a very, I think, important and thoughtful conversation. I've also really enjoyed hearing from. I'm sorry. Also. Okay. Yes. I've also enjoyed hearing from those in the audience who have taken time out of their day and off of their work schedules and other schedules to come and speak with us and for us to be able to hear from them. I'll start by saying thank you to Councilwoman Gross for your tremendous work here. This is exactly what I was looking for in terms of boundaries, safeguards around what might be the future of this site. I would also like us to continue to think expansively and urge whatever future conversations might occur with the federal government to, but even just in our own planning, to think very expansively as this is calling for, as to what public safety truly means. Councilman Mosley, thank you so much for sharing your personal testimony. It's really important to have your voice and your lived experience as testimony and as part of your decision-making process to help us all understand where you're coming from here, particularly since this is in your district. And I wanted to just echo briefly what Councilperson Warwick said. I also wish that there were better structural ways that we could interact with the public who comes to testify, and if we can find a way with this particular set of speakers to engage and to have a more open and relaxed setting for engagement, I think that dialogue is really important. I'm there for it. There might be worldviews that we disagree on. There might be points that I disagree with, but I think that dialogue is still very important. And I think there's a lot of overlap and a lot of similarities in our sort of intention for taking care of our city and taking care of those with the least in our city. The only thing I'll say is that I haven't quite heard, and we heard the floodplain issue. I care a lot about ensuring that the floodplain, that we remove buildings and structures and infrastructure from this floodplain and are able to move forward on an Army Corps of Engineers plan for addressing the floodplain and ideally stormwater management to start to continue the effort of keeping sewage out of the rivers. It means a lot to me. I also want to point out, I don't think I've heard mentioned this idea of taking the buildings that we currently own, like the EMS headquarters, like other headquarters, like administrative offices, not only building new for our REACH teams and our social workers, and that's absolutely critical, but moving from neighborhoods like Shady Side, like the Strip District, like the North Side, to the extent possible. I know I don't see eye to eye with every council member on this, but I think we should be selling those buildings, taking the revenue recoup from those buildings, and investing in some of the things that our speakers said, like additional, like our land bank, which we're going to get to later in the agenda, like additional housing, supportive housing and transitional housing, like people who can, a crew who can pick up litter for the city where we need it most, et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to just bring that additional point that, my hope in the future is that we can sell off some of those buildings in these hotter real estate markets, and that can be revenue for the city that is more fungible than, say, capital budget bonds that we're going to be tied up in for the construction of this site. Okay. Anything else burning? Okay, Councilman Coghill, if we can keep it short. Yeah. Second round.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to say I can't agree with you more. We visited the site, you, myself, Councilman Mosley, and Councilwoman Warwick, the old firehouse. These structures are in very bad shape. They're going to cost us a fortune if we want to stay there. So I couldn't agree with you more as far as selling these and putting them towards whatever it is in the future. But I also think it's important to note, this property is assessed at $60+ million, right? So where, and do you know of anywhere else in the city of Pittsburgh we would find a piece of property where we could put all of our combination of all of our emergency services, plus what Councilwoman Kill-Smith said, adding things like that to be beneficial to the neighborhood?
There's nothing comparable
There's nothing.
in this size, and we have looked at that question as well. I mean, there are certainly places where if these things were distributed across different sites in different neighborhoods, where we would lose a lot of the economies of scale or the opportunity for collaboration, we could piece together something of this size, but there's no single site this big.
We are being gifted a $60 million plus piece of property here to help us with all of our needs. That should be added in the equation when we talk about the price tag. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have a motion to amend?
So moved.
Amendment.
Motion to amend.
Oh.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of amending Bill 1967, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
One abstention, so noted.
I'm just going to wait until I have an opinion from the law department.
Seeing that the Bill 1967 has been amended, is any discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 1967, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Bill as amended, one abstention. Bill as amended has received preliminary approval. Thank you all. Appreciate this conversation. We will continue on with the same
our first bill.
committee that we are on. Apologies, my computer died. Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, new papers, Bill 2221.
Bill 2221, resolution amending resolution number 386, effective June 19th, 2019, entitled Authorizing the Mayor and the Director of the Department of Public Works to enter into an agreement or agreements or the use of existing agreements between the City of Pittsburgh and Pashak and MTR for the professional landscape architectural services for Southside Park Phase 1 design at a cost not to exceed $461,220 by increasing the total allocation by the amount of $116,835.82 for a new total of $578,055.82.
Barb.
Oh, motion to approve, sorry.
Second.
Second, discussion?
What's this one for?
Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2221, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. Now we will move back up to the beginning of the top of the agenda, the Finance and Law Committee. Deferred papers, Bill 2109.
Bill 2109, ordinance amending and supplementing the Pittsburgh Code of Ordinances, Title I, Administrative, Article 9, Boards, Authorities, and Commissions, Chapter 178E, Registered Community Organizations, by temporarily suspending the enforcement of Chapter 178E until further action of council.
Councilman Lavelle, is this the one you wanted to hold?
Yes. There's actually a meeting, Yes, there's actually a meeting between the administration later this week or early next week. So, and the planning department is coming up with recommendations on how to better strengthen the program. So let's hold it 4 weeks.
For how many?
4.
Okay, I thought it was 3.
3 is fine.
Okay, 3. Let's do it for 3.
Okay.
And I'm not having that much faith that they're going to come up with anything different, but okay.
So a motion, is there a motion?
Motion to hold for 3 weeks.
Second, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2109 for 3 weeks, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Bill will be held. New papers, Bill 2211.
Bill 2211, resolution amending resolution number 378 of 2025, which authorized a professional services agreement with Exponent, Inc. in connection with claims and litigation involving the Fern Hollow Bridge by increasing the approved amount by $100,000 for a new not-to-exceed total of $140,000 over 1 year.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2211, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2212.
Bill 2212, resolution amending resolution number 419 of 2025, which authorized the mayor and the city solicitor to enter into a professional services agreement with Artex Risk Consultants for insurance consulting services by updating the legal vendor name to Risk International Holdings, LLC, at no additional term or cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Bill 2212.
Changing the name of the vendor.
Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2212, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2213.
Bill 2213, resolution authorizing the mayor and the city solicitor to enter into a professional service agreement or agreements and amendments thereto with Bernstein Berkeley PC for legal consulting services in connection with bankruptcy collection litigation and related matters for an amount not to exceed $125,000 over 1 year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2213, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2218.
Bill 2218, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of finance to enter into, on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh, a lease agreement or agreements with New Singular Wireless PCS LLC to utilize a portion of that certain city-owned building located at 822 Crucible Street, 20th Ward, Council District 2, City of Pittsburgh, for the purpose of placing and maintaining telecommunications equipment at no cost to the city.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2218, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Affirmative recommendation. That moves us on to invoices. Is there a motion on invoices?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of invoices, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Invoices are approved. Next is interdepartmental transfers. Is there a motion?
Motion approved. Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of interdepartmental transfers, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Transfers are approved. That moves us on to P cards. Is there a motion on P cards?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of P cards, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. P cards are approved. That moves us on to Land Use and Economic Development Committee, chaired by Councilman Wilson.
Woohoo. Deferred papers, Bill 1968, resolution providing for the designation as an historic structure under Title 11 of the Code of Ordinances, that certain structure known as the Anathan House, located at 1620 Murray Avenue in the Squirrel Hill North neighborhood in the 14th Ward, City of Pittsburgh. The owner of the property supports the nomination, and there is no cost to the city.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 1968, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Affirmative recommendation. New papers, Bill 2214.
Bill 2214, resolution further amending resolution number 647 of 2020, effective December 23rd, 2020, as amended, entitled Resolution Adopting and Approving the 2021 Capital Budget and the 2021 Community Development Block Grant Program and the 2021 through 2026 Capital Improvement Program by increasing Home Investment Partnerships Program American Recovery Program by $12,448 to account for additional U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development funding being received by the City of Pittsburgh.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2214, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2215.
Bill 2215, resolution amending Resolution 561 of 2024, which authorized agreements with agencies to provide supportive services related to the home ARP by increasing the allocations for Jubilee Association by $50,000 and the Salvation Army by $260,448 for a new total cost not to exceed $512,448 over 2 years.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2215, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2224.
Bill 2224, ordinance supplementing the Pittsburgh Code of Ordinances, Title 9, Zoning Code, Article 1, Introduction and Establishment, Chapter 902, Zoning Districts in General, Section 902.1, Establishment of Zoning Districts by adding a new specially planned district at subsection 902.01.d.1 to be identified as SP12 Banksville Golden Horizons at Article 4, Planning Districts, Chapter 909, Planned Development Districts, Section 909.01, Specially Planned District, by creating a new district to be identified as SP12 Banksville Golden Horizons, including rules and regulations, and by amending the City of Pittsburgh zoning map by changing from residential multi-unit moderate density and residential single-unit detached low density to Banksville Golden Horizons property consisting of the present Marion Manor and an adjacent parcel of vacant commercial land bisected by Greenboro Lane, all located in the 20th Ward.
Motion to send the planning commission for review and recommendation.
Second.
Discussion?
No, it also needs to be held for a public hearing.
After.
Okay. No, I don't want to discuss it. Thank you.
Seeing none, all those in favor of sending Bill 2224 to Planning Commission report and recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Bill will be sent to Planning Commission. That moves us on to Recreation, Youth, and Senior Services Committee chaired by Councilwoman Cale Smith.
New papers, Bill 2223, resolution expressing the City of Pittsburgh's support and endorsement of the Pennsylvania Commission for the United States Semi-Quincentennial through its initiative, America 250 PA.
Is there a motion, Councilwoman?
Motion to approve. This is your committee.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion?
Thank you.
Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2223, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Affirmative recommendation.
I'm
That
right
moves us
there.
on to Innovation Performance, Asset Management, and Technology Committee chaired by Councilwoman Gross.
New papers, Bill 2216, resolution amending Resolution Number 716 of 2024, which authorized the City of Pittsburgh to extend a professional service agreement with STR Grants, LLC, for software services relating to the eProperties Plus profiling system by extending the term by 1 year at an additional cost not to exceed $60,261.66.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2216, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Well, look how much you're getting away with because we're tired.
Affirmative recommendation. That moves us on to Intergovernmental and Educational Affairs Committee chaired by Councilman Mosley.
New papers, Bill 2217, resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of the Department of Finance to execute a special warranty deed or deeds and any other necessary or appropriate documents, agreements, and instruments, accepting all of the Sports and Exhibition Authority's right, title, and interest in parcels 8J98, 8N50, 8K12, 8K26, 7M150, 8K24, 8K25, 8K28, 8K16, and an agreed-upon portion of parcel 8L8, collectively North Shore Riverfront Park, in the 22nd Ward, Council District 6 of the City of Pittsburgh, and authorizing the payment of $1 plus costs in exchange for the parcels.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2217, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Affirmative recommendation. Bill 2219.
Bill 2219, resolution amending Resolution 285 of 2024, which authorized the City of Pittsburgh to negotiate a cooperation agreement or agreements with the County of Allegheny, the Pittsburgh Public School District, and the Pittsburgh Land Bank by fully authorizing the execution of said agreement or agreements.
Motion to approve. Discussion.
Second.
Second with discussion.
Yeah, with Director Stadelman, looks like Director Gula, and I don't know if Mr. Geiger is here as well. Okay, he's not. Okay. Just, Director Stadelman and Director Gula.
Okay.
I know she's trying to.
Oh, and our esteemed Deputy Mayor as well. Well, first, I want to thank you for your patience.
Of course.
Waiting for multiple hours. Could you just introduce yourselves and give us a brief synopsis of
Good
the bill
afternoon.
we'll be discussing?
Absolutely. Sally Stadelman, Acting Director of the Pittsburgh Land Bank. Jennifer Gula, City's Finance Director and Treasurer.
Jake Pollack, Deputy Mayor, Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
Yes, and whoever wants to go first, just give us a brief synopsis of the bill and the importance of it and significance.
So the bill before council today is to authorize finally the intergovernmental cooperation agreement between the City of Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, the Pittsburgh Land Bank, and the Pittsburgh School District. Unlike the other two land banks in Allegheny County, we established our land bank in 2014, so this is a much simpler agreement that just meets that state requirement that we must have an agreement between the taxing bodies to use the sheriff's sale. So this agreement just outlines a basic process where we provide notice to the taxing bodies. It also establishes our 50% tax reversion, so the land bank will receive 50% of taxes generated on every property that we sell for 5 years after we sell it.
Thank you.
Just in time, Rick.
Yeah, I'll just, if I could just briefly note the, this agreement anchors the administrative processes that the taxing bodies engage in for the processing of moving properties or moving them through the sheriff's sale and the notice requirements, and it secures the full participation of the school district and the county in the procedures for extinguishing old tax liens or things of that nature. It in no way affects the substantive approval process of identifying parcels, how they move, how the land bank board or this council operate. It really governs a shared commitment amongst the agencies on the administrative or staff side to process those legal workflows.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. That exhausts my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have Councilwoman Gross, followed by Councilman Wilson, followed by Councilwoman Gail Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I need a little bit of a refresh, if you would, and the members of the public probably too, because it was like 2 summers ago I read the entire municipal tax lien statute in state law, right? It took me a long time. And then I was tracking what were the moving amendments, but honestly I've lost track, right? So the part that stuck with me after talking about this all for 10 years now, is that the new power of being able to, for the municipality to be able to execute sheriff's sale and not just treasurer's sale. In one of the amendments, the powers were to be granted to the municipality and only to the municipalities. And then we would have had to it was enabling legislation, and then we were able to grant that power to a land bank. Is that the way it ended up? How does the state law read now?
The ultimate, I'm just trying to remember the version that you might be referring to, Councilwoman, but the law, the amendment to MCDL, the Municipal Claims and Tax Lien Act, tax lien law, that was ultimately adopted and was authored by Senator Fontana, who has been an advocate, former land bank board member and an advocate for this change, allows land banks in cities of the second class to
So
avail.
specifically, so the state law now says the Pittsburgh Land Bank doesn't need permission from the municipality to execute sheriff's sale, or it does?
That's not the case, and I think there was some confusion with the amendment introduced by Senator Fontana. That made the sheriff's sale more effective and efficient, but it didn't change that what was written in the PA State Land Bank Act in 2012 that says for a land bank to use the sheriff's sale, there must be an agreement in place that outlines the relationship, the process, by which they request to place that property in the sale with the taxing bodies.
So the MCDL amendment didn't preclude why does it single out the cities of the second class, which is us?
Because we use sheriff's sale.
But how is it different than the land bank powers for other municipalities? It doesn't.
I don't think that it is.
Okay.
I work with a lot of attorneys who know that law inside and out, and I would be so happy to connect you
Okay,
with
yeah,
them
maybe
to
we
figure
don't
that
need
out
to spend the
because-
whole day here on it. Okay, yeah,
them
maybe
to
we
figure
don't
that
need to
out
spend the
because-
whole day here on it.
Yeah,
But so
I also
so-
don't know it well enough to know
yeah.
exactly what
Let me just
what
kind of
changed
like,
there,
you can
yeah.
fact check me on like how else I understand this. Okay, so how else I understand this is that when we were talking for 10 years about what we needed a land bank for, it was because we had, at the time we said 12, 15,000 properties that we had taken by treasurer sale, not by sheriff's sale, by treasurer sale, which is not the MICTL, and that we couldn't, we were required under that state law, like, to take very time-consuming, 2-year took us, right, process to clear those back debts. And that's why it was so hard for us to get someone to take those properties on, because in order to give them free and clear, it took 2 years. And it was so burdensomely slow that we couldn't staff it and we couldn't move them, and people would just give up and never complete the purchase. And so this is a different power, the sheriff's sale. And I keep using my two hands because that's still a bucket that we haven't made progress on. And we have heard testimony here before, and I want to give a special shout out to our Director of Finance, Jennifer Gula, who's with us at the table, because she has brought those processes down in a lot of ways, and to the administration for adding a real estate attorney and all that kind of stuff. So she's moving them by auction. We've moved some to the land bank. We've moved some to the URA. We've really moved a lot of those properties. And again, thanks to my office who's been tracking those. We vote on each one of those. We vote on each one of those. The public can see those. And the reason I'm using my other hand over here is that this allows, whereas my left hand over here has like the city of Pittsburgh is the name on the deed for all 10,000 of those. This new agreement allows you to take properties that belong to somebody. And I just want to emphasize that because I've cautioned us about this before. And that's what we're voting on here. And so we want to make sure that we do that responsibly. So I've asked it before, and you've said it on the record. The senior citizens who are struggling to pay their taxes, who are living in their homes, you're not going to take their property.
Exactly.
But you could, right? That's what we're voting on today. It allows you to do that. And so I just want to call attention to what a big deal this is, and how cautious we should be in moving forward. Because there's, I just spent a lot of time, I just last 2 months putting guardrails in place on another kind of approval that we're granting. And I think here what we're doing is kind of trusting the bylaws of the land bank, which we don't have control over. And so that's, our eyes are going to be on you. This is your responsibility that we're giving you. And so it's on you. And so we need to make sure that we are using this. But to be fair, right, this is also a huge problem, that there are these dead-end properties that sometimes people, rightfully so, are coming to us and saying, these are such a problem in my community, and it's a property no one's able to live in, and it's sitting there vacant. Why haven't you done something? Well, it's not one of the ones that has the city of Pittsburgh name on the deed. It's not our property. And so if we were to take new properties, it would actually be stupid to take them under treasurer's sale, because then they would sit there possibly for decades, right? And so we need a better way to do what the public is asking us to do, so that we don't end up with those properties that are not ours, and there is a home there, and not end up with 10,000 vacant lots, which is literally what we have, that used to have houses on them decades ago. So it's tough, and but we've had a long meeting. I know there's broad support for this, but I just couldn't not acknowledge this is a huge shift, and we heard support for it, and there is good to be accomplished, but I'm a little scared. So that's all I'm going to say today, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Charlin, quickly.
Madam Chair, can I cast ayes on remaining votes today? Thank you.
Certainly. So noted. Thank you. We have Councilman Wilson next, followed by Councilwoman Kale Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the work that you've all done to get us to this point. How do you all feel about it? Pretty incredible.
It's been a long journey.
Let's hear about how incredible you all think this is. We'll just start from Sally, and we'll work down.
Of all the questions I was preparing for today, that wasn't one of them. But I would say this is.
Well, let me rephrase it. What are the benefits you see? I was trying to stop talking like a politician for a second. So
no, I appreciate the question. Obviously, it's an extremely emotional day because this is a power that this land bank has needed for 11 years. This is what will make our land bank most effective, because not only is it a much quicker process, our quiet title powers are more effective through sheriff sale. So that means that we're able to acquire something often with free and clear title. And that's not something we can do right now. Thankfully, we have a great working relationship with the taxing bodies, and we've been able to clear title on 90 properties, but this codifies that work, right? It puts it down on paper. And then most importantly, the sheriff sale also lets us use priority bid. So that means when the land bank places property into that sheriff sale, we're able to buy it without competition. So that means we get to protect property from speculators, from out-of-state buyers, from corporate buyers, and we can make sure that property is either going right into the hands of the nonprofits and community development corporations that we work with, or that it's repurposed responsibly, that it's prioritized for owner occupants, as we're doing now through our pilot residential rehab program. The other reason that's important is that when the land bank places something in sheriff's sale, often the taxes are so high that property can't return to the tax rolls on its own. Somebody has to step in and wipe away the back taxes. And so the fact that we're placing them into sheriff's sale and then we're able to acquire them at the end is a really important part of that process. And I think that's, so that's going to be hugely helpful and a more efficient process. I think I've mentioned at the table before too that our prior process through the property reserve, working with CDC and nonprofit developers, was to wait for things to get so tax delinquent that we could protect them from public sale that way. But what that means is that we're putting the worst of the worst properties into our affordable housing pipeline. Mm-hmm. And we still want to do some of that, right? We're still here to make sure we're dealing with the most challenging properties, but we need to balance that with a higher quality inventory, and that's what the priority bid does. It means that on year 3, when the data shows us, when the physical review of the property shows us, this is definitely abandoned. There isn't anyone here that can take care of this property. Instead of leaving residents to live next to it for another 8 to 10 years while we wait for it to get tax delinquent enough to take it through T-sale, we can do that on year 3. We can relieve the residents that live around that property, and we can ensure that it will take less funding to either make it an affordable home or to sell it to an owner-occupant.
I'm going to actually reiterate what she just said, because those specific properties they're a drain on my department. I mean, we get complaints about them consistently, and to be honest, there's not much that I could do, even with the powers of the treasurer and the cost that it would take to take something like that through sheriff's sale as opposed to treasurer's sale, is almost not worth it unless it's so tax delinquent that the ends sort of justify the means, right? And that's a big role that they will fill, and this agreement will absolutely let that happen. Another thing they're allowed to do is actually accept property donations from someone that also doesn't want it anymore, that maybe inherited it from someone, it's tax delinquent. That's not something that I'm necessarily going to do unless it's for purely public benefit that I would be taking it, because then it wouldn't have gone through treasurer's sale, and it would not be a property owned by the 3 taxing bodies that I could then turn around and resell to recuperate tax dollars. It would have to be dedicated to some kind of public use, that's where the land bank would come into play, but we would also have to have an agreement that would say we would wipe away any of those liens or, past due taxes and agree to it when they do their quiet title so that they could assume it and turn it back into, productive use. So.
Yes, and Director Gula, I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about that during your comments, Councilmember Gross, which I'm so glad that you bring that up. I think it's so important to emphasize that. We did accept our first 3 donation properties this summer from 3 individuals that came to us, and they came to the land bank and said, please, could you purchase this property from me? I'm in over my head. I can't sell it because of the back taxes, and I've been going before the magistrate for 3+ years, and there's no end. And so we were able to relieve those individuals of the property, and 2 of them are already in an affordable housing pipeline.
I really don't have much to add to what Sally and Jen said. I think that they are more expert in the finer details of this than I am. I think that it is important, right, that this is the point at which the full potential and promise or even design of a land bank under the state law would become possible in Pittsburgh by securing an agreement with the other 2 taxing bodies that, one, is a requirement of the law, and 2, as Director Gula put it, puts into place an agreement as to how we will extinguish those tax debts that will allow the land bank to meet its full potential. And so I'm just excited that we're reaching that point and can, complete over a decade's worth of work in positioning the land bank to have that impact.
Well, thank you all so much for all of your work on this. You all should be very proud of the work that you've done here, because this, this type of work isn't something that's shiny. It's pretty involved, and all the effort that went into it may not be recognized because it's not as flashy, but it's the work like this that will transform Pittsburgh's landscape and neighborhoods for, the next century. So I really appreciate, I can't say enough, I really appreciate that people, across the table here really care about making this happen. And I think, I just think that, it's much more than adding a couple new emails that will go out for the board meeting minutes, because we will have 2 new members. This prompts the other legislation that we passed here in council and, mayor signed, and it assures that there are now two seats available, one for the school board and one for the county. And so it's much more than, there's, two more board seats available now. And I'm looking forward to getting to work on all the additional work that will come, as sitting on the land bank and being the chair of the land bank, all the additional work that will come along with that. If you look at our last meeting and everything that was on the agenda, how many properties were on the agenda? Do you recall the amount of properties?
The very last.
30?
Yeah, about 30 for the September agenda. Yeah.
So it's a real significant moment of, we're currently doing 30 in a meeting, and now, the ability to do so much more and more effectively is going to be very powerful. And there's one more point I wanted to make about that. So not only is that going to be additional work, but as we come forward, and the task force that this council voted on to make the land bank sustainable in the future, this really helps give us clear eyes as to how we will fund the land, or what's needed to fund the land bank. What's possible, what's needed, and we can really do a much better calculation now that we know that we, as long as everything goes okay today, that the signing happens and everything, like that, we're going to be on this path that we can at least really grasp now, and that task force can give appropriate recommendations on funding.
And the point that Sally made, that the land bank will be in a position to recoup a portion of the taxes paid on these properties when they return to the rolls, which is a critical component of that sustainability.
Critical component.
Well.
Yeah, that was kind of like, yes, that's exactly part of everything that's figured out. And thanks for bringing it up, because, I think we've had several meetings and outside of the task force, and now that, we're on the task force, and thank you for your service on the task force, Madam Chair, but whatever Sally puts on the slide, that here's what can be done at the sheriff's sale, the potential, even if we don't have all the money to fund it, it's such a hypothetical, because we don't, that's the unknown. And to see this come together like this, is just going to be so impactful to make those decisions in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cale Smith.
Thank you. I promised you I wouldn't be an obstructionist with this whole thing, so I'm going to try to shut my mouth, but it's really hard. but I do want to say, I do understand the need for this. I do understand that we need to move this forward, but I'm going to just say, although I'm not going to be an obstructionist, we do have I called for a public hearing, which means this can't move forward until we address that. So what I want to do is cancel, and I talked to Council President Lavelle, and I think it is, I'm going to make a motion to, I'm trying to think, what is the motion supposed to be? I can't remember.
To withdraw your hold for a public hearing.
So I want to make that motion.
And I will second it.
Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to withdraw the public hearing on this subject, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And so that allows it. So that's me not being the obstructionist, so now I can move forward. Otherwise, I was going to use it.
Thank you, Councilman. And if I may, I really appreciate that. When I came to speak to you about this, it was because part of the reason that we're here with this legislation today is that when we had previously sought authorization to enter this agreement, you had expressed concerns, and so the legislation that passed at that time stopped short of authorization to execute. And I just wanted to make you aware that we're bringing it back now with the draft agreement included, so that visibility into areas that I believe at the time were concerned may be included in the agreement that would diminish council's authority to improve transactions involving city land were not there. So I really do appreciate you withdrawing the motion for the hearing and your comments. But more than that, I also just wanted to alert you to the fact that, at least as far as I can tell, we took the steps you had requested at that time to ensure that the information was clear. But thank you very much.
When I say the mayor hired some of the nicest people I ever met, you were definitely on the top of that list. But I just want to say that there's a couple things I do have. I have concerns that you were going to work with a lot of the organizations. I think we have a lot of nonprofit issues in the city of Pittsburgh where organizations think that they run government, and they're making decisions for our communities, for us, for our land, for funding, a lot of things that we do. And I think when they do that and they exercise that power that they think they have, they're not always doing so with the community behind them a lot of times. And so for me, I have concerns that they're not going to go through a process that they're engaging the public the way that they should before we start giving them property. As you know, Sally, we had a big issue with the one up in Mount Washington. I won't bring that back up. But and I do think this lessens council's authority, again, with the land. And we complain all the time about all of our authorities. We complain about the water authority and what's happening there, with the parking authority and different things that we have created, including the URA. And here we go again, creating something that's going to, again, take away our authority. And when our residents are complaining about something, we're not going to be able to have that response to them. But I know that there's a will of council to do this, and including from Councilman Wilson, who's actually on the board in my seat, and he's been doing it. I think you're chairing the committee, right? And so, and I know that he really believes, wholeheartedly in this, and so does Senator Fontana, is my understanding, and some others. So, but my concern when I hear you talking about picking properties that are not in such, bad condition, I understand the need for that, but I also worry because the only reason I would think this would be beneficial, the land bank would even be beneficial, is to help places like Sheridan, and they have a lot of properties that need a lot of attention. And I mean, when I first got into office, I think they had 400 vacant homes, and some of those properties are still standing, some 30, 40 years later, overgrown by trees, not even weeds anymore. And so I just want to make sure that that is, I'm leaving at the end of this year. I want to make sure that stays on your radar, and that, you know, investing in the communities and finishing the projects in Elliott and other things like that, those are important to me. But although I'm not supportive of this, I don't want to be, I don't want to be an obstacle in making and helping you move forward. So with that said, thank you for your work on this, Sally, and Director Gula, always, for do so many great things. But Director Pollock, it's because of you that I'm okay today. So
Thank you, Councilwoman.
thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Councilman Coghill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to tell you both, I think you do incredible jobs, both of you. Jennifer, you've been there for a long time now, and, I love what you do. Sally, I think you've made a huge impact on the land bank. It's moved, obviously, over the past, was it a year and a half, 2 years now? 3 years now? Wow.
Just past my 3-year anniversary this September.
It goes fast.
I know.
It goes fast. So I, we talked, was it last night we talked? Okay. So we spoke last night. I'm fortunate. I don't have, I know the most properties lie within District 3, maybe District 9. I'm not sure exactly where throughout the city. I just really have a handful. What's that? Definitely District 9? Yeah. So I just have what I say is a handful, right? But I think because of that little handful I have is exasperating. Like, everybody in the neighborhoods knows that property is owned by the city of Pittsburgh and it's not moved. Nobody's doing anything with it. And why is that, Councilman, right? I get it all the time. So if I had 30 of them on the same block, I don't know, I guess maybe it'd be, when I feel like the complaints come more because I only have those ones. They stick out like I don't want to say a shining star, an ugly, meteor, basically. So and we talked, Sally, and I know you plan to come to my district. And Jennifer, the last time we spoke, you said we were going to do a kind of an as-is property sale of properties, city-owned properties. Have you made any progress on that?
So we have a pilot home buying program.
Yeah, the pilot, right.
Right, and we actually posted everything online. It was for review by the public on the Engage page for 90 days. That is just getting ready to expire next week. Me, myself, my staff, and the law department, specifically Jack Miller and the solicitor, Kubiak, have been working diligently to get all of the paperwork in order. So we have bid sheets and applications, instructions. We have new signs that specifically say for sale by the pilot home buying program. We're getting ready to, we've done a clean out.
Have you added any properties in my district?
So we're doing 5. So this is the first time we've ever done this. So we're doing these 5 to see what kind of response we get and how it goes. We're currently in the process of having the properties cleaned out. So they will be an empty shell, basically, when someone comes to see them, because they're filled with garbage and other things. They're not pretty to look at.
I understand.
And we'll have open houses. So we're very close to.
And I love that idea. I love that
hitting
idea.
the go button on everything, opening it up to the public, so they'll be able to view them, fill out their applications, bid on the properties, and then afterwards we'll see what we've done, what we've collected, what kind of response we've gotten, and determine whether it was worth it to then add another, swath of properties to do the same thing with. So we'll keep you posted.
Yeah, well, and none of them are in my district, I guess, right? On the pilot program, the 5 you have are District 2, is that right?
They're all in Councilwoman Kale Smith's district, yeah. But they're spread out across.
Can you not add a few to the pilot?
Not
there
currently.
There are 2 in particular I need to get rid of. I really do, bad,
Wait,
honestly.
could you repeat that again? They're in Councilwoman Kale Smith's district, so the public knows you did invest in my district.
We did. We invested in your district, but we can't, not currently, mostly because of the work that gets put in to do them. And we're sort of on a constricted timeline now because we want to get it done as soon as possible.
I don't know what the better avenue is. Through what you're saying, I hope this pilot program is successful. I do feel like if that came to my district, I hope it goes well in District 2, that I think these properties will be scoffed up right away. I really do. Just especially if we clean them out, make sure if there was a hoarding issue there or something, just get everything out. Just a bare shell. And I think you'll sell them right away. I really do. And I don't know about the land bank, Sally, what's better or what makes more sense, but one way or the other, I need somebody in my district moving these properties. Again, we're not talking, this is not an overwhelming, this is not District 3. I was talking to Councilman Charlotte, he's hundreds and hundreds. I'll bet you, and Sally, thank you for sending me the list last night. I think, I gotta believe I got under 100 properties, city-owned with structures on it. And only really, I would say, a dozen of them that are like the ones that I get complaints on, and people just know the city owns them, weeds and trees and, everything in between. And they're wondering, they're like, why does nobody buy these? And I'm like, well, I don't know. But thankfully, we got the land bank up and running. So no matter what way makes most sense, please address these properties in my district, okay? It's really, again, these will be back on the market like that, honestly. I really think so. They're in great neighborhoods, Brookline, it's,
Yeah, I think the answer is,
Yes.
is really all of the above, or rather, depending on the individual parcel, one or the other of our tools are available. I think we have, what has been the case is that there are all different kinds of ways that a property might be best suited to get off the public sort of list, but we have not had the appropriate tools for each one, so there are tools that are appropriate for large scale development that are too cumbersome for smaller transactions. There are things that are fast and things that are slow, all of which have their place. What we've missed is some of these tools for quicker transactions that don't rely on us sitting on a property until its conditions and its tax delinquency are so bad that we can then step in and utilize the treasurer. So we need some tools to catch those properties after it's clear no one is making use of them and that they become abandoned, but before they deteriorate. Right. And so these are the two we've discussed today are two of those tools that weren't in the tool chest before.
No doubt. And Director Ridley, you say the pilot program is already launched?
So it was released on Engage page, which kind of gave an overview of what the program was like. It put the terms of the program that we all let you view. I think those were posted as well. And they were open for 90 days for review and comment by the public. So people got a chance.
Yeah,
and
so that's already, you're
through
through that 90 days?
It expires next week.
Oh, it expires next week.
Yep.
So you've been monitoring the feedback?
Yeah, the law department has been
so you have a lot of
monitoring the
interest in
feedback.
these properties?
I personally don't know, but I will tell you that I've had individuals actually approach me and tell me that they were interested and can't wait for it to go live. So I'm expecting, just based on that, just people off the street telling me they're excited about it, for there to be a good response. But we'll see, we never can tell. But yeah, we're expecting it to be pretty successful.
Right. Well, as Deputy Mayor Pollock was saying, a lot of these properties, we want you to move them faster. I want you to have every tool other than money, which you need too. We all recognize that moving forward, but I want you to have every tool in the toolbox you can get to move these properties. And I think I sent you a preliminary bill coming from Fontana. Were you able to view that at all?
Yes, I think that was the amendment we talked about before that was passed at the state level.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Got it. So, yes. Again,
if you want to, too, if you have specific parcel numbers, if you want to send them to me, because there could be active interest on them and you just don't know, or the public doesn't know. So I could always let you know if that's the case and if there's a sale in process. And we potentially could even, try to promote them a little more. I mean, they're available obviously on the website if they're available for sale, but we do have a limited number of signs that we've been posting on some of them. So we could maybe go and post
you'll
signs.
put a for sale sign on these properties in my district, regardless of how the pilot program goes.
Sure.
Absolutely. I would like to order that. Can I order that? I will give you the properties.
Yep.
And again, I'm only really speaking of 3 or 4 that stick out, that really need somebody to buy them soon, or the roof's going to cave in and they're useless, like we talked before.
So our overall goal is to sell enough to make that trust fund healthy, that we could actually help to stabilize those homes so that they don't fall apart. It's not a possibility now, but we're heading in that direction, and I don't want to derail that in any, that's a pie in the sky goal, and we're moving towards it. So in the near future, we hope that to be possible.
So my point is this, I feel like attention's all focused and more problematic areas than mine, but my area only has a few problems that are big problems that everybody sees and everybody brings to my attention. And this is kind of like low-hanging fruit. You take care of one or two or three of these little properties, and my old district's elated about it, you know. So, and of course, we get them back on the tax roll, which is the ultimate goal. One more question. I know you say you recover the taxes, the past due taxes on the property. Who recovers that? Where is it?
They're cleared away.
Oh, they're cleared away.
Yes,
Okay,
they're cleared
so
away.
we don't recover them from the new property owner or anything?
Yeah,
like
I
that?
think it was me that used that word. What I was referring to is, yes, when the properties are taken, they're cleared.
Got it.
When they're sold and put back on the tax rolls, a portion of those new taxes go to fund the land bank to allow it to keep going, and a portion go to the taxing bodies
Is it
for 5 years.
10%, was it? Or
It's
what?
50%, but for 5 years.
Oh,
And then
okay.
after 5 years,
And that will help fund the land bank?
correct.
It
And
is by no means sustainable funding.
Understood.
But yes.
Understood. But
it-
anything you get coming in
yes,
is a
it
big
is
bonus. I've
something.
always said we've got to find a way where you can self-sustain your
Right.
your business. I say business, but
Anything
you know.
that we get coming in is a big bonus
Yeah,
too.
absolutely.
Because
Absolutely,
right
Tina.
now
Right,
they're not
right,
making
right.
any.
So it is a good deal for both of the agencies involved. Right now, no one is paying taxes on them. They sell for the first 5 years. We each get half. Well, the land bank gets half, and the taxing bodies split their half. And then after 5 years, 100% goes to the taxing bodies.
Understood. That's great. Well, just promise me somebody's gonna address these properties in my district, okay? Somewhere soon, I hope. You know, before they become unpurchasable.
Yep. Get me your list. We'll fill you
I
in.
think I gave
and
you an
post
address
signs.
or two already, did I not, for the pilot program? But we looked it up last time. But yeah, so
Maybe.
this
Please
particular
refresh
property
my
is right
memory.
on the tee. It's like this thing should be sold tomorrow, honestly. But okay, that's all. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm supportive.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Affirmative, one in opposition, affirmative recommendation. That takes us to Bill 2220.
Bill 2220. Resolution authorizing the mayor and the director of Department of Finance on behalf of the city of Pittsburgh to enter into a bill or bills of sale, assignment, and indenture with Pittsburgh Water and Sewer Authority, doing business as Pittsburgh Water, for leased property pursuant to the July 1995 capital lease agreement for total amount not to exceed $1.
Motion to approve.
Second.
With
And-
discussion?
Discussion.
Yeah, motion to hold for cablecast public hearing.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The bill be held for a cablecast public hearing. That exhausts the list, our business for today. I don't have the meeting announcements. Thank you. Let's see. Today, now at about 3:15, council will hold a cablecast public hearing on bills 2194, 2195, and 2196 as they relate to renaming a playground and ball fields. Speaker registration will close. It has closed. Next week, council will hold our regular meeting and standing meetings at Monday, September 22nd at 10 a.m. and 1:30 respectively. To register to speak at these meetings, please fill up the sign-up form on the council meeting webpage or call the clerk's office at 412-255-2138. Everybody was here, so we need a motion to approve the minutes and adjourn the meeting.
So move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.